keep on moving with the flow. So what we're going to do is look at the notion of, there's a video, I should say, a vignette, that's only about a minute long, but it begins to cast a vision of how folks in the community sees the city. And so we'll take a quick look at that. And then from there, what we'll do is we'll go right into setting the stage. Now, it's my understanding when we set the stage that we have really allocated somewhere around 60 minutes for that. But what we'll try to do is to cover that in less than 60 minutes, maybe about 45 minutes or so. But it's a really, Tracy's going to do a real, I can't tell you how important this next one in terms of setting the stage is. So she's going to be spending some time with that. So prepare yourself and your minds and for a great presentation on that. But let's see what Fred says about the city. Fred Whitfield, who is president and vice chair of the Hornets Sports Entertainment Company. Takes about a minute, so let's roll that. Okay.
As our city's first professional sports franchise, the Hornets are proud to call Charlotte home. In the last 15 years, I personally witnessed the growth and development of our great city, and I know that Charlotte is going to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic stronger than ever. The momentum our city built prior to the pandemic continues today. We have more Hornets fans each and every day as people flock to Charlotte. We host more of our neighbors throughout the Carolinas for great concerts, family shows, and events that hit literally every demographic, all because of the quality of life that we have all worked so hard to create, build, and preserve. Let's continue to make strategic investments, implement bold ideas, strive to continue being innovative, and challenge the status quo to drive change, drive investment, and drive economic prosperity. Our owner once said, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." Let's do this together. Let's go big or go home.
So Fred's a great partner, and I love his thinking in go big or go home. Ty and I are going to walk you through setting the stage, and I'll tell you that last year when we did this somewhat exact same presentation, it was probably my hardest presentation. This year, it's the one that I'm so excited about because it shows how we're all working together, collaborating together, and the even more monumental things that we're able to achieve. So very quickly, this was the exact slide that we had last year as we kicked off a presentation, and it outlined corridors and employment centers. And it's been an incredible year in related to both of those areas. So we want to do a quick remind you what we presented and then talk about how we might look at a new year. The methodology and our approach to problems and opportunities is the same. This is what we led with our new approach to corridors, and this process led us to an interdepartmental collaboration. This is the horizontal versus the vertical. And if you look at like the middle one, for example, consider it's how we get to impact, how we get to real results. And so, again, this is the approach that we used even with corridors, and now we're getting to implementation. We tried new tools. We looked at different ways to customize and how we do things. We look more holistically, job creation to physical improvements in areas, to public-private partnerships, to how even Charlotte Future 2040 layered in, and how we are balanced and equitable. And so later on, I'll show you a couple of case studies to outline from last year and this year. Again, this is the same as last year. We moved things around slightly. We had last year, I think we talked about layering in our policies at the end, and we talked about corridors, employment centers earlier. This year, we want to start with the comprehensive plan and talk about our corridors, which you know the great success we've had, but then talk about our employment areas. And I'm adding in something new this year, which are the districts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ty to talk about 2040.
Thank you, Tracy. She said leading with the comprehensive plan, and that's kind of how we've been looking at this. I always say that there are two types of cities, the ones that we plan with projects and the ones that we have a plan for, and then projects help us to get towards that goal, which is, for example, when we started talking about corridors of opportunities, we ended up having to understand what exactly are the visions behind each corridor. And so it's really about leading with that North Star. I think Tori Stevens talked about that earlier on today, how, that inspiration, that hope, that beacon of hope of where we are heading towards in terms of our land use plan.
Excuse me, Ty, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Maybe lower your mask.
So, yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
Well, that's kind of how we've been looking at a comprehensive plan, that it's really more of a North Star for us. And that, you have the temptation to want it to do everything, but understanding that there's only so much it can do because it's primarily a land use plan, and therefore lays the foundation for a number of other things, such as our economic development plan, our jobs creation plan, our transportation plans, where fire facilities go, police services, environment and sustainability. If there's anything at all we should understand about our comprehensive plan, it's really this slide here, that it touches everything, because everything touches land use at the end of the day. So how might we do it in such a way that we're still building that city that we really want Charlotte to be? Equitable city, authentic city, integrated city, resilient city, but everything still finds their way in terms of those key elements that make Charlotte to be that city where people feel that they are included, a diverse city, but also prosperous and innovative. And that's why yesterday, I think Tracy talked a lot about the comprehensive jobs plan that we're embarking upon, and that is to continue to keep us, at the edge, at the forefront of what we're supposed to be as a city. All of those things fed into those 10 framework policies. You've seen this a number of times, so I will not necessarily belabor this, but it's very important that when we look at each one of these, the question we should ask ourselves is this: for example, if we're creating a 10-minute neighborhoods, creating 10-minute neighborhoods, what's the point if the jobs are not available close by? What's the point if housing is not available? What's the point if the transportation tools are not available to get people there? It's so, as we talk about whether they be along corridors, or they be in districts, or they be in employment centers, it's really together creating that city where wherever you are, wherever the businesses are located, at the end of the day, we're creating a diverse and resilient city with various economic opportunities for people. So while we've been working on the comprehensive plan as land use, we've been working closely with our economic development colleagues as well to make sure that, one, we don't go way too far ahead and we continue to be in sync. So it's not just about housing, it's about jobs, it's about recreational facilities, and then it's about the means of connecting all of them. And as you will go into all these other places, whether they be corridors or employment centers or districts, is having the same goal behind all of them as to what are the things that will happen in these places we're creating, and how can we continue to be that vibrant city of the future. So we start, I believe, with the corridors. I'll hand it back to Tracy.
Thanks, Ty. So, quarters of opportunity, I think we can all agree, it was an amazing year for our corridors, and we shined as a team. You guys pushed us, and I believe we have started something great. We're not done, and I don't think you want us to be done. But I have to call out the coordination, the collaboration that happened with us, from planning to CATS to ED, neighborhood services, CMPD, CDOT, IT, Donata led the way in a lot of our efforts on the corridors, as well as Cherry Grant was very helpful in getting us organized. And it really has been a great year. You know, this was a new approach. You know, it was unique and customized, and it was very collaborative with the departments. It's intended to be collaborative with the community. I think we have more to do in this area, as we were trying to get ourselves organized in the first 6 months, but still a huge focus on the collaboration. And then again, you know, what we've done is a geographically focused investment so that we achieve the outcomes everybody wants to see. And again, we're just getting started. I want to use the case study of Beatties Ford and LaSalle And you don't have to read everything on the screen. The point that I want to make is that this is where we've started, and we've invested $7 million into this area. And that's through housing, that's through public-private partnerships, that's through infrastructure projects, placemaking. That is through the Charlotte Equity Fellowship Program. We have done a lot in this area, and I think it has created a lot of excitement, and I think it will create a lot more community pride, and you'll be able to see something that is really, truly different in a very short amount of time. And we want to keep doing this. We're not done. The community, we think, is starting to see this too, from the groundbreaking with Chris Dennis and eFix to facade improvements that are our business matching grants. We're building deeper relationships with the community and creating deeper partnerships for opportunity in this. We're not done. Like I said, there's a lot more to come in 2021. I'm really proud of what the team has achieved in a very short amount of time. If you think about it, we had this conversation a year ago. However, you didn't approve the budget, and we didn't go into action until July. And so we've done a lot in 6 months, and we will continue to keep our foot on the gas. We want to look at other, whoops, I skipped the last page, sorry. Sorry, guys. We've got to figure out our capacity, because I don't want to take our eye off of Beatty's Ford, even though we've already done a lot there. We want to keep growing in our corridors as we continue our look at West Boulevard, I-85 and Sugar Creek. Now we're going to turn towards Central and Albemarle. And so we've got to figure out how we continue to add more to our plate, but it's not moving around the city and taking our eye off of what we've already started in other places. It's an ongoing initiative that we will continue to work through. So now, employment centers. And we called these out last year, partially because we believe in them. And the point was, I think last year's retreat was, it's not an either or, it's a both and. You shouldn't have to feel like you have to choose between employment centers that might be successful or sustainable today over parts of our cities that have more opportunity or need more attention today. It should be a both and. We also knew, though, what was coming down the line. Our successful employment centers have to stay strong, but we knew that there was new, we knew that there was new opportunities. And so last year, we called out the university area that has over 70,000 people working in it today, South Park, which has over 65,000 people, Uptown, 123,000 people pre-COVID. And then Ballantyne, which Ballantyne proper has more than 17,000 people. And there's a need to protect and preserve this. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it keeps doing that. There we go. So I think last year when we had our meeting, we knew that Ballantyne was in the pipeline, and we were able to finish that and secure the city investment of a tax increment grant as well as a CIP, and that leveraged over $1.5 billion of private investment. We were able to achieve park and open space, affordable housing, MWSBE utilization, and right-of-way preservation for future transit opportunities in this area. And that's what it is. I think in the scheme of things, while it's a big investment, it's minimal in what we were able to achieve in protecting Ballantyne as a major employment center in our community. Next is South Park, and South Park has been is an employment area that's been going on for quite a while in the conversations, and there's a $10 million CNAP that funds 4 key projects. It's the Cultural Loop, which is a 12-foot multi-use path that is mapped around the South Park area and intended to really connect the commercial areas as well as the neighborhoods. There's the Barclay Downs Sidewalk Project. There is intersection improvements that help pedestrian mobility in the area. And then there's Symphony Park. The reason I pulled South Park and wanted to highlight it, though, is because we're building on years worth of partnerships where we're leveraging private investment to help us build out the cultural loop as redevelopment is happening out there or new developments are happening. And also building partnerships to think about how Symphony Park can become this core to the community as a community gathering space, and even strengthening that. I I think Councilmember Bakari will tell you he believes that 2021, and I agree with him, will be a pivotal year in formalizing some of those partnerships to move the vision for South Park forward and keep it a strong employment center. This is the case study, though, that I'm so excited to share with you, because it really highlights on what the city can do. And this is the first time we've really shared this with anybody. It's still in the works. It's not fully vetted yet, but I want you to see the collaboration that is happening among the teams, because it really is so impressive and so incredibly exciting. There's 4 major components to Centene. One was the business recruitment. We all love announcements. Those are great, and we could stop there, and we could say it was enough to land one of the state's biggest, one of the state's biggest projects, but we went further. We wanted to coordinate with them on land development. We knew in building a relationship with them that that was one of their triggers. They want to get people to work here faster than we had ever done before. Then they had transportation and infrastructure improvements, and we could have just said, like any private sector development, do your thing, and that's enough, right? But we started early and developed a partnership. And then we took it a step further and started talking about how do we change the commuter culture. So I'm going to walk you through these pretty quickly and talk about the headquarter recruitment. Again, largest job creation and investment, JDIG investment in state history. When they announced 3,200 jobs. If anybody paid close attention, the CEO on the announcement talked about 6,000 jobs. And I'm going to tell you, they were here, the CEO was here the first time less than a year ago. It was at the end of January last year. They announced on July 1st, and I'll show you in just a second the momentum and what they've been able to achieve since. And we aren't taking our eye off of this. We want the headquarters. Be really clear about that. We want the headquarters here. And so establishing a long-term partnership with this company, from everything of how they build out their campus to their workforce development initiatives to their hiring in the community, all aspects of it, we have stayed close to them to build that strong partnership. On the land development side, I can't say enough about Ty's team, Shannon Fry, Nan Peterson, Allison Craig. I have a quick video, but the big thing here is they have already poured 4 floors in a matter of 6 months on their site. That doesn't happen, y'all. I mean, I've been in the real estate world and development world, and it's amazing what the teams, when they've come together to really make something happen and coordinate something, it is amazing. Donata, can we play the video really quick? It's 10 seconds. But I want you to see, this is the site from December. Sorry, we don't have any good music with it. But this is a major campus, and again, over $1 billion investment, and they have already made tremendous strides in getting under construction and getting things going. Oops. There we go. So then the next thing, we started talking to them about transportation improvements, and I have to acknowledge Liz and the CDOT team, Ed McKinney, for leaning in early on and saying, how do we look at this differently? Again, any typical private development, we could have said, here's your transportation improvements and have a nice day. But what we did instead was start to develop a 3-pronged approach about transportation and mobility out here. And where you see the number ones, we started to talk to them about doing a public-private partnership. If they could improve the interchange at 85 and Mallard Creek Church, which had already been identified as a future need by NCDOT, but it was not a funded need, and they could make some other improvements along Mallard Creek Church that didn't just benefit them, but it benefited the greater area. So it wasn't something they by themselves were going to have to do. We then could go and make sure that the bridge proposed project over 85, see if I can point this number one that's on the closest left-hand side of the screen, the bridge over 85 from the J.W. Clay light rail station directly into the research park could stay on track and on time. That's a joint NCDOT and city project. And so we started to talk about how we build these things, right? Improve an interchange, it helps everybody. Keep a bridge project on schedule and on time. But then what does that lead to? A conversation about, conversation about mobility. So now what we are working with Centene is this idea about creating mobility hubs and really tackling the last mile. CATS has run pilots out here looking at last mile, but with that bridge over 85 and Centene's commitment, along with partnership with the University City Partners and other employers out here, we're starting to look at things like this. This is an example of the mobility hub that they have proposed. It has autonomous vehicles or autonomous circulators, last mile circulators. We looked at utilizing the greenway for scooters, for PEDs, how all of this system works out and works together to connect the research park to the transit line. And they want to do this now. They want to set the culture when that campus opens so that it's ingrained in their employees that they have options other than just driving to the site. So that's a long and very fast way to explain that, but we could have stopped at just recruiting the business. Instead, we have an incredible team between planning and CDOT and CATS and so many others that said, no, wait a minute, we'll lean in. It might get more complicated, it might get more messy, but we have a bigger opportunity here. And back to what we talked about yesterday about the jobs that we create or the jobs we recruit and the companies we're recruiting here, we're looking for these types of partners. And so I wanted to lay this out for you so you could all see how we think about this and how we look at the partnerships and the opportunities. It might start with jobs, but it ends with mobility. The new area, I'm just going to leave it here. The new area that we want to talk about today is districts, and they're districts with momentum. These are unique places. They can exist in all parts of our city. They're places that have private sector momentum. And I think from our perspective in the city, we can choose to either sit back and let it happen on its own, or we can lean in and leverage the private sector investment and leverage the most out of the opportunity. Identified, just to get us started and just to kind of start to share the examples, identified potentially 4 right off the bat. You have the Foundry and Gateway District. I'll use that one as a case study in a second. Then you have 7th and North Tryon with Discovery Place. We've talked about that before. You have the Hornets and CTC and vacant land around there. There's opportunity there. And then you have Atrium Health Medical District. You just approved last year a major rezoning, talking about major improvements on their campus. And they also have the medical school. What happens with all of that, and what does that want to look like in time? So using the Foundry and Gateway District, I want to, you know that we have the Gateway Project. We also have talked, no surprise, Tepper Sports has talked about an entertainment district for a long time. What does that look like? How does that work with Gateway? And then Pipe and Foundry, we all know, has announced that they're moving and building a new facility in Stanley County. And so we need to think about how do these work with each other. There's major transportation. We talked about how does the Silver Line want to work through here? What works best with all of the stakeholders? And we need other infrastructure. Stormwater, we have spent a lot of time looking at through here. So we want to make sure that we look at this in a way that we almost blur the lines a little bit, and we don't think just the Gateway Project to what happens with Tepper Sports to Pipe and Foundry. We really want to think about how do we make this and how do we be proactive about making this the next great place in our city. And in thinking about these districts, the last thing I'll say is my career started in South End and somehow, some way has always been based in South End. South End didn't happen unintentionally. And that's a perfect example of really starting to think about how do these places want to, how do we coordinate our investments, right? And again, back to the comprehensive plan. So that was a lot fast, and I will stop with that. We did it in record time.
But good information. Let's see what, do we want to take the comments now speaking, she's muted.
Mr. Graham, followed by Ms. Johnson.
Presentation? Is it?
That's it.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. First, I wanted to just thank you personally, Tracy. I know last January we were going back and forth, and because I was a hard ass, and I just really want to say publicly that I really appreciate the work you did last year on the Corridors of Opportunity. You accepted the challenge and exceeded, and so I really appreciate that. I also appreciate the comments you made in your presentation in terms of not stopping the momentum in terms of what we're doing on West Boulevard and Baysford Road, that we're still keeping our eye on those areas, because again, there's no quick fix solutions to those things, notwithstanding the fact that we made a lot of progress last year, that we have to continue to focus on it and do more work on the public safety side and some of the social service sides, that we really got to, again, we've been saying this over and over again, find a real way to work in conjunction with the county to kind of get some of this stuff done. But again, this is a citywide program, and so I'm excited to see what we do this year on other parts of the city related to the Corridors of Opportunities. Hopefully, we can have a budget discussion at some point, Mr. Manager, in terms of what does that budget look like on July 1, in terms of how do we replenish those funds so that we can make sure that we have some fuel in our car, Mr. Locken, so we can continue to move forward in terms of keeping that momentum. So I'm really appreciative of that. And then I think, let's see, I'm reading my notes as you were speaking. So the other thing is in reference to other city projects. Just don't want to forget about, hopefully, the amateur tennis complex. I think there's some momentum behind that as well. So where that fits in, I'm not sure. But I think there's some momentum from the private sector to kind of help us with that as well. So just want to kind of make sure that that doesn't slip off the radar.
And we have that as, we can put that into place of what we call horizon projects.
Okay.
So it's definitely, things like that are on our radar. But I also want to thank you for your words being a hard ass, because it was, you heard me say it yesterday, Corridors has now kind of become a great passion, and they're their own unique little puzzles. But I think that our team has gotten into a place, and this is with Ty and Pam and Liz and so many others, we lean into it, right? The puzzles are unique. How do we best solve them? And so, again, it's become one of the things that I enjoy the most.
Well, the success last year was just really thinking out of the box. I mean, going right up to the line, Mr. Attorney, and really trying to answer the question in reverse. Let's say yes, right, and versus no. And find a way to get it done. So I really appreciate the creativity, and I won't be a hard ass this year. I'll just be hard, okay? Thank you.
Did you say hardy? Hard or hardy? Okay, thank you, Mr. Graham. Our next council member is Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson ought to be really proud of all that stuff going on out there in that district. It's a lot of good work.
I am, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the floor, and thank you, Tracy, for your excellence. Thank you for helping to make District 4 a home of the jobs. You've raised the standard. You haven't just set the stage, but you've set the standard. So thank you for that. And along with standard, what this employer has done, they've gone above and beyond. So that's the kind of standard that I'd like to see citywide in our development, in our economic development, in our zoning petition. Something Mr. Winston said recently, we're Charlotte, and we can set the expectation for that. So that's sort of what I was saying. Have the developers that are applying for rezoning and kind of saying infrastructure, it's not their problem because it's not required to improve the area. But these are the kind of I'd like to see, not just in economic development, but in zoning and in all of our operations. I also wanted to ask about the Centene, the Mile project. The university employers have been asking for a last mile solution for a long time, such as Wells Fargo, TIAA, and the other employers in that area. Is this last mile project that Centene is creating, can that be the other employers in that area? They've also offered to assist with funding or collaboration or what can be done, but we know that is a door-to-door option. Someone riding the train to the university stop, if there was a last mile solution for those large employers in that area. So can this mobility hub, can that be expanded to all of the employers in the area, or are you looking at that? Thank you.
So Councilman Johnson, we definitely are looking at that. I think what we have with Centene is a corporation that's willing to be a leader in this. But their hope is, and our hope is too, that other employers definitely come along with this. I think the real success of it was it's not just a mobility hub that goes to one employer and then back to a station, that it actually works through the entire research part and that side of 85 eventually, connecting the employment that's really on one side of 85 to the light rail station. And so I think we're in a good place. As I mentioned earlier, we're at the very beginning of this partnership with them, but we're in a good place, I think, to get them to work with us as well as University City Partners and Darlene to bring in some of the other employers to be partners with us as well.
It's great. And I've met with Darlene over the last year and on the UCP board, and the other employers, they're ready. This is something they've been waiting on for a while. I've spoken to Taiwo about that. So I think that's something that we can get started sooner or later. This is a model. We have willing participants. So, and they're willing to bring something to the table in collaboration. That's something that we'll look at this year.
Great, we'll do it.
Other comment or question?
So thank you. Thank you again, Tracy.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Tracy. This is some of the most innovative work we have going on in the city and that I've seen. So thanks for your hard work on this. One question I have, where is that mobility hub going to be? Is it located right next to the light rail or?
So what we've looked at and we've begun looking at really with the team is where would mobility hub, the hubs that you saw a picture of would be what was in the research park. And how then do we work with the station itself and what does it want to look like at the station so that you have the different opportunities. But what the image I showed you is what Centene was proposing, like adjacent to their campus. And can we use that as a prototype to look at other hubs in the research park? And then thinking about how does that tie back to the station itself.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm wondering
I guess
if I could add to that, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. If you will look at again, I have to take you back to Charlotte Moore's work again, but the Bucket and Roadway Network has identified a number of mobility hubs, including in the University City area, this particular one, but also multiple. But what we're trying to do is to tie them to employment areas and probably now districts as we look at that. So the investment as part of Charlotte Moves, if you look at that roadway network, is to use those mobility hubs to make connection between the last transit station or a major bus station like Eastland, for example, to connect to other places around it. So end up being like circulators, so to speak, or maybe autonomous vehicle that will operate that way within a small area. 3 mile radius, I think, for...
That was 3. Can I ask you a question really quick because it just spurred something? And Liz and I have had this discussion that I'm
you speaking to the mic, Tracy? You speaking to the mic, Tracy?
Sorry. I was going to ask Ty the question of, do you think that mobility hubs themselves have different characteristics based on where they are in the city? And Liz and I had those kind of conversations. So what's in University Research Park might not be the same thing that you have uptown or even at Eastland.
Yes, so there could be employer-based mobility hubs or employment-based mobility hubs, commercial-based mobility hubs, in some instances even residential, depending on the number of residential units we have in that area. Understanding that a mobility hub is not necessarily a light rail station of itself, but something that people can use to connect to where they need to go without having to drive. I will call it pedestrian accelerator. In other words, allows you to get there faster if you choose to use it rather than walk. But these hubs will be, depending on where they are, will be very different. I think this will probably be the first one that we will have, most likely, fingers crossed, and I think it will set the model for us. But I can see a lot of places in the city where you can use them to mitigate traffic congestion.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And I just a comment that I just don't think we can overstate how important this is to business recruitment. Centene was the biggest win we've had in our state, and I've heard them say it is because they're excited about what Charlotte is committed to doing on mobility, to be able to give their employees choices of where to live, to be able to have a city that you can get around and go to theater, to go to different things. And that's just not a platitude. That is a commitment a major corporation made because we are a city willing to do that. So as we think about Charlotte Moves, and I know we have a lot of questions still out there that are weighing on our minds, but let's remember the bigger prize here, the bigger goal, when we talk about not only making quality of life better, but making this a place that employers of all sizes want to move to.
I think you say it really well, Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, it's all connected, right? It's the quality of life, it's mobility, it's so many things that these businesses look for when they're looking at Charlotte or other cities. And it is important for us to kind of look across the whole spectrum. Again, back to Councilman Bakari's, it's the horizontal, not the verticals. And how they all play on each other. And, you know, Centene is what I hold up right now as the poster child of being a good partner, right? They were the type of company, not only, I mean, forget about their rankings, right, as a Fortune 50 company and things like that, or the number of investments or the number of jobs. They have similar beliefs. They believe in mobility. They believe in economic mobility. And they offer that in. And so it was already the type of company that shared the same priorities as council and our community. And so you start there and you build the relationship to strengthen the investments, and you can get to things like the mobility hub.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, good?
Yes.
All right, the next council member is Mr. Winston.
Thank you. I just want to kind of level set this conversation a little bit. One of the dangers of economic development narrative, especially in Charlotte, is that it's focused on growth and it's focused on bringing businesses here, employers here, and it is not. The narrative is not focused on the development of current residents. Again, perception, right? And for too many people, perception is reality. So we have to make sure that our narrative, I believe, should be always primarily on upward economic mobility and closing the economic mobility gap of people that already exist here. Because that is the dichotomy of Charlotte. We are a city of growth, but not for the people that have existed here. But always for people that want to move here. So I think we need to be very conscious of that, especially given this year, given the year that we had last year, that is the overwhelming narrative of why we're doing our investment strategies in the way that would, especially given that we are going to be asking taxpayers for some pretty wide buy-in on some economic development stuff for this year. So let's just be conscious of that. Which I think that sets up my first question. I have two questions. Please, can you provide an update on the request for a displacement and gentrification mitigation strategy for the corridors of opportunity? And how do we turn, how do we then kind of pivot from a strategy to a policy for all city-involved economic development projects?
it relates to Centene, because that's an example of, that's not outward. That is a company that is not in Charlotte coming to Charlotte. That does not mean that they won't hire local citizens that we have and local residents that we have here. Of their 3,200 jobs that they announced, over 1,200 of those, and I can't remember what the job title was, but over 1,200 of those were at $70,000 a year. Those were local hires. So I just want to make sure that just because we say we have a company coming from the outside doesn't mean that that's not local hire opportunities and local hire focused on our citizens here. So that's first clarification.
And just to clarify, that's why I was saying perception, right? We need to make sure that our narrative, that externally, and this is really for council members as we're going out into the community and talking, that we're able to, and staff, you can help us, how we're able to center the people of Charlotte in telling the story of what we're doing with their taxpayer dollars.
Okay, got it. And we try to keep that lens on for you and can help anytime we announce a company, whether it's local growth or an inbound company. On the strategy around displacement, we are still pulling together a strategy. We're looking at different initiatives that we can do within staying in place. And then we also are getting closer to being able to roll out the information that we have looked at in the research that we've done about jobs and corridors and how to reduce unemployment in our corridors. And I think what's really important about that is that those two things work together. To me, that's how you really get to avoiding displacement, is when you look at what are the jobs, what are the career paths that we can create in the corridors, as well as the housing and staying in place opportunities. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, very well said. I think that at the end of the day, it's about trying to mitigate displacement, business displacement, residential displacement. And so we're not just, as we look at this, right, it's not just about what mitigation strategies are we employing from one corridor to another, but how do they become policies that we can apply citywide? And again, that's where the comprehensive plan comes in terms of providing those policies that can keep people in place, even as the place develops over time. So the investment we make in those places do keep people in those places for the foreseeable future, and that's the end game here.
My last question, it goes back to the understand, identify, consider, analyze, and implement slide. Wondering, just housekeeping, I guess, parking lot perspective, is there a way, or do we have maybe a parking lot for big to medium size kind of economic development ideas that folks may have that are within priorities? Mr. Graham mentioned the tennis center. I've talked to Ms. Dodson and other folks, for instance, and Ms. Heater up in the university about, how do we get a huge park or a botanical gardens built up in the university area that doesn't have any parks. The idea has been floated from the community about this Queens Park along the rail yard, and things like that. Is there a way that we can, I guess, consider these things or talk about them in an effective manner? So especially, when you guys are able to say, hey, all of a sudden we've got some land here, we got this mobility project, we got some economic development dollars, it matches this thing on this list. Let's bring something to council that makes a lot of sense.
So what I'll say first is it's somewhat organic, but I think that when you hear me emphasize the collaboration that we have, it moves us to exactly what you're talking about faster and more easily, and it becomes a part of our natural culture. But having said that also, I know that Mrs. Flannery and Mr. Bergman with the Budget and Effectiveness Committee also looked at kind of what is policy procedure for using our tourism dollars and things like that. And so we're starting to establish processes, and I think it's good to have the process. But I also think that just to to what you said is it's also somewhat organic, where an idea or an opportunity comes up and it fits and checks multiple boxes. And so we look for a way to bring it to you and move forward. It's a little bit of both, but I think you've got to have first that culture of collaboration, or else we miss those opportunities and we don't think beyond what's just brought in front of us.
Mr. Winston, anything else? Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tracy, kudos to you for great work. I remember in 2017 when I had started serving District 5 on City Council, I would have residents tell me or with doubts that Eastland would ever happen. After years of wait and promises, you helped us deliver on that vision. So certainly very appreciative of your leadership on that. Also great to see economic development opportunities along the Beatty Sport Corridor and other initiatives throughout the city. What I would like to see, can someone mute in room 267 because there is a lot of echo coming? Feedback coming from room 267. Thank you. What I would like to see is a comprehensive view of economic development initiatives that are underway or at least in planning phase, whether that's corridors of opportunities, mobility hub, and so on. If we can have sort of one big or high level vision for our city, that would really help. I know we have multiple slides. We saw a couple of slides for Beatty's Ford, one for University, one for Eastland, South Charlotte. If we can just all see that in one slide, that would be helpful. So I'm interested in really seeing how there are multiple activities or multiple initiatives that are going on to tackle the issue of creating good paying jobs and also helping existing businesses to thrive. Thank you.
So as we talk about multimodal forms of transportation, I just want to provide a reminder of the economic, the connectivity.
We can't hear you in 267 if you're talking.
Ability.
You're muted still.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, I'll start over. So as we talk about multimodal forms of transportation, I just want to provide a reminder of the importance of our greenways and our trail system and its ability to connect people, their ability to connect people, and also the economic benefits of greenways and trails as well. I noticed that when it came to our materials regarding Centene, they're connecting to the Mallard Creek Greenway. And I just wanted to state the importance, I think, that we should be placing on that as a form of transportation. Certainly, once again, economic benefits associated with it. I think, the propensity to connect people to their destinations, but also there's a recreational aspect to it. And when we talk about our corridors of opportunity, I think it bears noting that greenways and trails are also low cost and eco-friendly. So moving forward, I just want to interject that and hope that we also include that in our plans when we talk about these hubs, and we talk about providing incentives to companies that come to town and working with the companies that are already here to provide better forms of transportation and connectivity.
I think that Ms. Johnson, you want to circle back around to your district? Yes. Ms. Johnson?
I do. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off Mr. Winston's question. He asked a question about anti-displacement policies. And while we see this, we know that, economic development, this is something to celebrate. There is a balance in balancing the gentrification and what a lot of our residents have experienced with the growth of Charlotte. So I've spoken to our city manager about some tools or policies for the anti-displacement because, Hidden Valley is an area in my district that has concerns. So Mr. Jones, while we're on the subject, can you just elaborate just a little on what the city is planning or thinking about in reference to the anti-displacement policies?
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Jones just stepped out of the room, so maybe we can come back to that, unless there's someone else on the team. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jones, can you speak? Ms. Johnson wants to ask you to comment on something. Ms. Johnson, just to make sure that you restate your request.
Okay, Mr. Jones, can you just elaborate? We were asked a question, or Mr. Winston asked a question about the proposed anti-displacement policy. I know you and I have spoken about share about that and the goal for this year.
Sure. I learned from Ryan Bergman, when you sprint back into the room, to take a breath first, okay? So, yes. So with the anti-displacement strategy, as I mentioned, I think it was at the January 4th council meeting, we went back into our corridor toolbox, 60-plus programs. We think 16 of them are would be applicable to an anti-displacement program. We used Rebecca Hefner and some of the data that we have around the communities that are ripe for displacement. We believe that by focusing on those top 10 communities, one of which you and I have talked about, which is Hidden Valley, that taking multiple tools, putting them together to provide an opportunity for people to remain in place, as well as taking a longer view about those corridors where we may see rail come through, and to even get out in front of that also. And our goal is to have the pilot by the summer.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right. I think after Mr. Newton, we don't have any further speakers on the presentation for setting our stage and being ready to be prepared for the next discussion. So anything else? Next step?
I think that's it. What I'd like to do is just quickly throw another vision via net.
Okay, let's
for,
go.
and it'll take us about another minute or so, and then we'll go into the next part of the agenda. We actually have 2 more items on today's agenda, and I want to thank folks for really being mindful of the time. We did get through that in less time than was allocated. So we can have the next video, and this is my understanding is this is Gisela Bailey from the Latin Chamber. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, my name is Gris Bailey. I serve as President CEO of the Latin American Chamber of Commerce. 2020 has been a challenging year for our entire community, and in 2021, we look forward to rolling up our sleeves and working hard to provide much-needed resources to our Latinx businesses. We know how important it is to succeed, but we also know that we can't do it without a strong business community, funding, mobility, and equity for all. We look forward to continuing a strong partnership with the city and working hard with Mayor and Council to achieve our goals and to strengthen our communities. Thank you.
Okay. It's really good to see these folks kind of just talk about us versus having the request.
67, you have to unmute.
So is everybody back there? I'm sorry. It's green. It said green. I just said it's good to see those folks coming in and speaking. Mr. Bakari, did you want to?
No, I was just letting you know you're sorry.
Okay. All right, so our next item on the agenda is Charlotte's future in terms of, are we going to still do the emerging technology, Ty?
Yes, we're good to
Okay, then we're
emerging
going to go
technology.
to the emergency work. It's a working lunch. If you haven't eaten your lunch already, you can work through that. And emerging technology and mobility landscape.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Actually, that conversation we just had set the stage nicely for this very next one. So we've been actually having a conversation with you since yesterday with regards to Charlotte Moves and what's next. And we know that technology is an important aspect of that. We just talked about autonomous vehicles as part of the University City area mobility elements, and also we talked about mobility hubs as well. So it's very important to know that the rapid advance of transportation technologies, including electric, connected, automated vehicles, will be very impactful on how our residents and our region, in our region and our city, they move to jobs, to schools, to healthcare, to recreation, to friends, and even families. And so you've seen, and if you've read the task force report, technology integration is essentially part of that. But a better understanding of it, though, in terms of where it is today, where it's headed, will better inform our thinking as we have the conversation around our transformation and mobility network, and ultimately our discussions and decision making. So it's my pleasure today to introduce you this afternoon to two of the country's leading experts in the field of intelligent transportation systems. Jim Barbaresso and Greg Kruger both work for the HNTB Corporation. I've actually worked with Jim on another project like this in Jacksonville, Florida. And as you know, HNTB is a key partner in advancing critical highway, tolling, airport, transit projects in our region and nationally. Jim is Senior Vice President for Intelligent Transportation and Emerging Mobility Solutions for HNTB. And Greg is also a Vice President with the company as well. And both of them are known globally and internationally, having worked in multiple cities. What you see on the screen actually shows a number of cities where they're talking about future advancements in transportation. And now that actually compares to what we're doing in our Charlotte Moves. So I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes asking them questions, and then I will leave the rest of the time for Mayor and Council if you have questions regarding 5G or autonomous vehicles, or how this really works with our Charlotte Moves Transformation and Mobility Network. So Jim and Greg, I believe that both of you are on.
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to both of you. So I'll ask this question, and then you guys can jump right in. But I have a couple questions I just throw out there, and then I'll hand it off to facilitator to moderate if there are any questions coming from the floor. So the first question, obviously, that most people want to know is this: what exactly is emerging technology? What is emerging mobility solution? And how will they, from what you've seen, from your experiences, how will they impact cities like ours, Charlotte, and indeed our region? So I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. And Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for inviting us to participate today in your retreat. Listening to your session today, it appears that you've already made significant progress toward building a modern multimodal environment in Charlotte. The task force report that was mentioned earlier presents a framework, really, for future mobility. And as mentioned, significant disruption is occurring that will continue to occur well into the future. And that report really kind of provides a a fairly comprehensive picture and mirrors some of the best practices and key principles from other cities across the country, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Cities like Charlotte are proving grounds for innovation, especially when it comes to mobility. And technology, of course, plays a huge part in the development of these comprehensive multimodal urban mobility strategies. Like the proposed mobility hubs you talked about earlier are great examples of the types of innovation needed. And Ty mentioned connected, automated electric vehicle technologies and their disruptive impacts on urban transportation. And it's important to turn that disruption into opportunity. And that means looking at investments that support safe, resilient, and future-proof solutions. When we meet with cities across the country and in those interactions, it's been clear that over the past year that there have been significant disruptions because of the pandemic, and it's forced them to look at advanced technology to deliver transportation services in a more safe, efficient, and equitable manner. And it's important to start with a solid plan and a strong technological foundation. And some of the elements of that foundation include, for example, advanced traffic and weather sensors and data acquisition systems. And those could include, like, for example, traffic sensors on the roadways, cameras at intersections, and even data sharing agreements between different departments of the city and with other agencies. This was a big part of the Smart City program in Columbus, Ohio, where the sharing of public health data was used to support a prenatal service application for the Smart Columbus program. So that's the kind of development and advances that can be made by sharing data. Another element is advanced communication networks. And I know you focused a lot on broadband and the expansion of broadband into underserved communities primarily. And many cities have developed extensive fiber optic communication networks, and they're moving into a 5G environment. And so these are all critical elements for reaching into those underserved communities, but they also lay the groundwork for future mobility solutions. Another big element is the data management and analytics platforms that are going to be required in places like Smart Columbus, but also San Diego, LA, Chicago, elsewhere. They're looking at these analytics platforms and data aggregation platforms where they collect all of this data and they develop services based on that data to support mobility. And that includes not just mobility as a service applications, for example, but also the potential for new payment platforms for transportation services. Then there are the information delivery solutions, mobility as a service, and even the dynamic message signs that are on our highways. So those are kinds of examples. It starts with a modern and upgraded traffic signal control system and even signage and pavement markings to enable things like automated vehicles, but initially even transit signal priority, which is giving buses the green wave to get through intersections so they can remain on schedule, but also to protect pedestrians and other vulnerable users of your transportation network. And then finally, Ty mentioned electric vehicles, and that requires a robust and redundant electrical grid and the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure throughout the city to support the growth in electric vehicles that's coming. And Smart Columbus is another great example where they've entered an agreement with American Electric Power to deploy charging stations throughout the region, for example. You already also have a solid legacy system on which to build your system. The Lynx Blue Line light rail and your streetcar system can be the core of this multimodal landscape to serve area residents and businesses and to provide that transit-oriented development and to have that vital city going forward. And that's really key. And so when we look at urban mobility and these emerging mobility solutions, we have to look at them through a new lens that takes into consideration the technological disruption, but also the disruption from other sources like the pandemic and social equity issues to implement an urban mobility strategy for the future. And what I want to do is hand it over to Greg now to talk a little bit more about some of the specific technologies around connected and automated vehicles.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you for hosting us today. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. As Jim mentioned, there's a lot happening with enhanced mobility with transportation, and transportation's an amazing part of our infrastructure because really it touches everyone to get.
Excuse me, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Ty?
Sorry, Greg, I know. But I wanted to share with our audience, Mayor and Council, and those who are listening, that Greg actually used to work for the Michigan Department of Transportation, where they've implemented a number of these, and they've piloted and tried them. So I think the examples he's going to be sharing from some of the cities are really worth listening to and learning about what they've done in some of those places. Some of you know I worked in Michigan as well while Greg was at MDOT. But he's got some of really fine examples that are very comparable to some of the things we can really implement here in the Charlotte environment. So Greg, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty, and thank you for having us today. Yes, as mentioned, there's a lot happening within transportation with connectivity and automation. Connectivity specifically is how do the vehicles talk to each other? How do the vehicles talk to the roadway? We're seeing places like Atlanta, Georgia, the state of Michigan, actually, not just the city, but the entire state, developing programs to start to implement or deploy connectivity at every traffic signal or intersection within the city, within a region, to be able to permit some of these communications for safety and for mobility along the roadway. So the traffic signal broadcasts information about what's happening at the traffic signal. If it's red, how long until it turns red? If it's green, how long until it turns green? Which the automakers are beginning to use to build into their vehicles, whether it's the automatic engine off that may turn the engine on the half second sooner than you hit the gas, which is one of the annoying things if you've ever driven one of those. Or it may allow two vehicles that are approaching the intersection. If the traffic signal realizes one of them is about ready to run a red, it can send a warning to the other vehicle that there's an imminent crash ahead to start to think and have the driver or the vehicle, ultimately in an automated sense, start to apply the brakes. So we're seeing cities, like I said, such as Atlanta and others, deploying this technology region-wide in advance of where the automakers are, which will be coming here over the next, I'd say 3 to 5 years. We'll start seeing widespread distribution, with Ford probably leading the way in 2023-ish, and others that have committed to follow as well in about that same time frame. Within automation, it's the thing that we keep hearing about with a lot of cities and a lot of the car makers across the globe, where when are we going to see self-driving vehicles? We're starting to see components of self-driving vehicles, whether it's automated parking, vehicles that can park themselves. We've seen the commercials. I believe it was Hyundai that had the ad here earlier this year or last year at the Super Bowl. We're seeing trucks that can drive themselves across interstates. We're seeing things happening at ports around college campuses, whether it's moving goods or people in an automated fashion to be able to provide that service safer and more efficiently. So we're seeing, as we just heard the presentation about what's happening with mobility hubs in Charlotte, to look at some of the automated vehicles to do that first mile, last mile drop off. That's happening across the country, and we're starting to see, like Jacksonville, where they're taking a look at that technology and saying, can we deploy this on a wider scale and not just on a campus, not just in a port, but have it operate over the entire network as opposed to just that area. So we're seeing more automation happen. As Jim mentioned, we're seeing electrification and shared. I think the announcements out of CES today from General Motors, I think you may have seen they've changed their logo. They're all in. General Motors has changed their logo, focusing on electrification. So that's a component that we have to think about, whether it's gas tax revenues, which the NCDOT report talked about, but also in terms of charging and how the transportation network and the electric grid work together is now a component that we have to start thinking much more deeply about. So with that, thank you, Ty. I know we've got a couple other questions as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. So between you and Jim, if you could drill down to a couple of examples. I think Jim talked about Columbus, the city of Columbus. I think they won the Smart City Grant a few years ago. If you can talk to us, because we're comparable to Columbus. I think we're the 15th largest city in the country, and Columbus is like 14 or so. But they are doing a lot of good work right now between their city, their transit system, and the Ohio Department of Transportation. Maybe Jim could drill a little bit down into that example, and then maybe talk about San Diego Big Five moves. That's a good one. And then, Greg, I know you worked with Jacksonville on updating their automated people mover system. So let's bring it down to some specific details, actually, as relates to the work that we are looking at doing here, transformation and mobility network. That's something that I think, we want to know how that happened, maybe cost information. I know that the Columbus experience went into some underserved neighborhoods, for example. How did you address inequity, digital divide? So, Jim, I'm going to pitch it back to you, and then you can pitch it back to Greg to talk about the Jacksonville experience.
Sure. Thanks, Ty. And in Columbus, and what was really critical in Columbus was the partnership they established early on, even before the grant award. And the Columbus partnership was key to winning that grant. In addition to that, it was really a solid foundation they established with a citywide, region-wide, actually, fiber optic network and upgraded traffic signals to create this connected environment. In Columbus, really, there were four main technology suites that were deployed. And the first one was the Columbus Connected Transportation Network, and that included the connected and automated vehicle solutions that layered on top of that citywide communications and traffic signal network. And one of the key elements of that really was to reach into this underserved community, the Linden neighborhood along Cleveland Avenue. And so what the city has done is created a BRT line on Cleveland Avenue with mobility hubs within the Linden neighborhood. And at those mobility hubs, they have automated shuttles that actually reach into the Linden neighborhood and provide that first last mile service within that underserved community. And that's been very supportive in terms of getting those underserved residents, young mothers, and others to different opportunities for education, for jobs, certainly, for finding good sources of food and groceries, and for medical attention. So that's one of the key elements of the Smart Columbus that has really been critical, and it's been based on user needs, and it's been data-driven, which is really key also. A second element is what we call the enhanced human services suite of capabilities, and that includes specific data-driven applications for persons with cognitive disabilities. I mentioned the prenatal trip support app, but event parking, as you might know, Ohio State is located in Columbus, and there's a lot of events in the city itself. And then payment solutions also, that especially those that support a cash-based community. The Smart Columbus operating system, which is that I mentioned a data management platform, an analytics platform earlier that's so critical to modern mobility. And that's really the data engine of the smart city. And there are all these microservices that exist and layers in that operating system. So it's not just a data aggregator, it's also a functioning operating system that it helps deploy some of these services around the city. And the last technology suite in Columbus is the electric vehicle infrastructure, and that includes grid modernization and charging stations. And I mentioned American Electric Power. They contributed close to $200 million for upgrades to the grid and for deployment of charging stations throughout the region. And as I mentioned, this project started with a $40 million federal grant, but it's grown to more than $500 million through public and private partner investments. And that's really been the key to the success of Smart Columbus. So with that, I'll move on to SANDAG in San Diego, because they have another program that it parallels much of what you're doing in Charlotte. And they call it their 5 Big Moves, which is really about 5 suites of mobility solutions to support multimodal regional mobility strategy. And the first of those is Transit Surge, which is really all about high volume, high capacity, high speed transit corridors. These would be like your Blue Line light rail system, for example. But in addition to those transit corridors, they're looking at smart green corridors, which is a second move. And that it is the integration of all roads and all modes within these transportation corridors, these select corridors of opportunity you mentioned earlier. Well, it's very similar to that, where these corridors exist, and they're leveraging technology and environmentally friendly solutions within these corridors to move more people, not necessarily more vehicles, because one of their goals is VMT reduction. And then flexible fleets. And really what this is a mix of modal solutions, including everything from micro-mobility and micro-transit to even Hyperloop solutions. They've been talking about the possibility of some of these high-capacity, high-speed solutions within that region, depending upon the user needs. And then mobility hubs, you've got that going on already, at least a vision for mobility hubs within the Charlotte region. And these are the facilities really that are the glue between the various corridors and the various modes of travel. And that's really key, is that these mobility hubs are the connective tissue that brings all of these things together. And then finally, like Columbus, they have what's called the Next Operating System. And this is really the data management platform, as I mentioned, needed for that comprehensive urban mobility strategy and mobility as a service going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg to talk a little bit more about some of the other cities that we've been working in.
Thank you, Jay. I want to focus on Jacksonville briefly. The city of Jacksonville and JTA, the Transit Authority, had built about 15 years ago, 20 years ago now, a dedicated guideway, an aerial skyway for their transit system to operate throughout downtown. While the concrete and structures are in relatively perfect condition, the challenge they found is the vehicles operating on it are no longer built or supported by the vendor. So they had a legacy issue there, as well as they have this extremely valuable guideway that can only basically handle those vehicles. So what they did is embarked upon a study about 5 years ago and took a look at what are some of the options they could do with that skyway and how can they start to modernize it to look forward for the next 20 or 30 years of its life. And what they've decided on is, and we're working with them on that, is to convert it from an automated people mover system, which is very focused on the type of vehicle and the roadway or the roadbed that the vehicle operates on, to a more general purpose automated shuttle. So using a rubber tired vehicle that could operate on any pavement, whether it's pavement in the air, pavement on the ground, or pavement in a tunnel, and take advantage of that guideway. By doing so, they allow themselves to do a number of different things, and they're looking at how they can deploy this over time. The first phase of it is they can extend that skyway system to operating at grade by simply building ramps to the ground, developing new operating processes and procedures, and they can now operate their transit system. They could take the 1.5 mile, 2 mile dedicated skyway, and they can extend that to be able to reach more parts of the community, to bring more people into where the jobs are, and hit different disadvantaged communities within the city of Jacksonville. The second thing that I find very interesting that they can look at is by taking advantage of the dedicated guideway and not having that focus solely on one specific type of vehicle, they open themselves up to opportunities to partner with innovators in the automated vehicle space, such as maybe a UPS or a FedEx or others who want to move goods, and now they don't have to operate on the roadway. They can operate at grade, which does a couple of things. Number one, it takes advantage of that dead capacity on the skyway, so they can use more of it. Number two, it gets those vehicles off of the main roadway network, which reduces congestion on their downtown area. But number three, it potentially, longer term now, provides them with a revenue source. So when they actually can provide automated service to a FedEx or a UPS or even an Uber and a Lyft, to allow those automated vehicles on that skyway or on that dedicated right-of-way, because it's an open pavement condition, they can now potentially monetize some of that by charging user fees to those very specific users who have those very specific vehicles. So that's their longer term vision. But they found through the development of this that they're seeing community interest and industry interest in Jacksonville by different industries wanting to come in and talk about smart cities and bring smart city development, and actually a number of incubators that are starting to be built within the region as well that are looking at transportation and looking at ways to basically become the Silicon Valley of transportation. It won't ever quite get that far, but that's what they're seeing. Is they are seeing some of those investors, they are seeing those incubators focused on transportation because of what they're doing.
Jim and Greg, at this point, I think I will open it up to Mayor and Council if there are questions specific to this. I know we didn't get to the 5G, the role of 5G, but that may be one of their questions. But if they don't get to it before we wrap up, you just quickly want to talk about what the role of 5G is. So, Mayor, Council, I'll open it up to you for questions.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, and then maybe I'll ask the question about 5G. I think that was a setup, right, Ty?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. That was a really fascinating presentation, and it definitely makes me envious of what some of these other cities are able to accomplish. I think the biggest thing that comes to mind for me in looking at all of these initiatives is how important it is to have your state as a partner. And I'd like your opinion on that, because as I think about embedding the technology in our infrastructure to have cars be able to talk to each other at intersections, to and we've talked about this at the state level on the NC First Commission, to be able to have the roadways track the vehicle information for the purposes of perhaps charging vehicle miles traveled, that kind of thing. I don't see how metropolitan areas can do this by themselves. But if they can, what's the best way to start? Because at the moment, we have a state Department of Transportation that's just trying to close the gaps on their transportation needs, on funding to fix roads and bridges. And so I'm not sure, I'd love to see them pivot and say, we need a smart North Carolina department that combines the technology with infrastructure investment. But for the moment, what can we do here locally that's going to have the most impact and put us on our way to that?
Yeah, I can start. I think that, and it is critical to have that partnership between the local community and the state DOT. The state DOT, of course, has significant resources, and of course, there's an opportunity to leverage those resources to support this urban transportation strategy. And freeways bisect Charlotte. They circle Charlotte. And it's important that, they be part of the dialogue. And that's one, certainly. And two, in reading the report that they just released, the North Carolina Commission,
NC First.
Yeah, and I looked at that, and it does have I'll call it a recommendation to establish like an Office of Innovation or something to that effect that would focus on these new mobility solutions, which is really gratifying to hear because many states are going that way. If you look at Ohio, Drive Ohio is a partner with Smart Columbus, for example, and that's a state-formed body. And then in Michigan, they have what's called Planet M, and they have a new now Office of Technology Innovation and Electrification that is part of that whole initiative too. And it's all focused on mobility and new mobility and investment in new technology to support mobility. So, other states are struggling with that balance between managing what they currently have and looking at the future of mobility. And if you don't have a vision at the state level, it's really difficult to be able to gain the kinds of investment needed to support this, I'll call it, urban mobility strategy for the future. So it's important to have that dialogue, and it's important to create that partnership and express the need, especially in light of the pandemic, in light of social equity issues, in light of climate change. All of these things are impacting mobility, and it's important that we leverage technology to come up with new solutions to overcome those challenges.
And Jim and I make a good duo because we don't always agree on everything. So I'm going to give a little bit of a different perspective on that, which is while it's important to have the DOT as a partner, you need to do what's right for you as a city. And we've seen that happen over and over. Columbus, for example, yes, ODOT was a partner with them, but Columbus moved forward with what Columbus needed to do to serve their citizens and the people within the city of Columbus. Jacksonville is the same way. FDOT is a great partner of Jacksonville and what they're trying to do and what JTA is trying to do. But at the end of the day, JTA and Jacksonville have to serve the residents of the city of Jacksonville. So what they're doing and the way they're moving is they've realized the DOT is a great partner, but sometimes there's two problems. One is the DOT is looking at the entire state. They're not necessarily focused on that specific area or that specific region. So some of the things that Jacksonville or Columbus or Charlotte would want to do get lost in the weeds. Another is that the DOT is focused solely on transportation. And what we've seen, and Jim pointed out in Columbus, and we can talk about what's happening in Jacksonville and San Diego and others, is a smart city or smart region program starts to very, very quickly go beyond what's happening within transportation. When we start dealing with broadband, we've seen programs in Jacksonville that just the conversation about smart cities has affected the electric department, the utilities. It's affected a group that's just away from my house a little bit for Canines for Warriors in terms of bringing in new technology and ideas for them as well. So you see things happening because you're able to move a lot faster. And I think that's the last thing is you've got specific issues within Charlotte and Jacksonville and Columbus and others where you can actually attack those specific problems and address those specific problems. Whereas a DOT, you're trying to boil the ocean sometimes and doing everything at once, and that gets very difficult to do. So it's important to have them as a partner, but you can do things without having them right next to your side by using open standards, by using open concepts for what you want to do, and by just making sure that they're informed along the way. And a lot of times, the things that you do in Charlotte may wind up driving what happens at the state. You'll wind up being the leader, and the state and others within the state will start to adopt what you want to do. So it's a fine line between the DOT is a great partner, but at the same time, you have an objective to meet the needs of the citizens of Charlotte. So you don't want to get lost in those weeds either.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, guys. What a great and timely dialogue for us to be having. Look, I'm just going to make a comment, and I'd like you guys to respond to it. And you guys look like you tell things the way they are. Just perhaps either cut it up and tell me where I'm thinking about this wrong, or point us in a direction where we can go get more detail. Because right now, as you've probably listened, we have this Charlotte Moves discussion. Really what is arguably the largest bet in Charlotte's history being contemplated on investing in its future. And I don't think there's anyone in the world who could sit here and say with certainty that it is or isn't the right bet to make, right? I think cases can be made for both. The angle I've been trying to bring up, and I'm so glad that the manager and staff and everyone has incorporated in this discussion, is it's easy to sit back and kind of invest in and spend time around where you're most comfortable. And history is littered with examples of disruptive innovation, and how, Polaroid is one of my favorite examples, how, you sit back and they were synonymous with the word instant photography. Even today, you can say, oh, take a Polaroid, I guess, if you're old enough to say that, and that means the same thing. But even though they had an R&D shop with digital photography and the ability to analyze that going on in their R&D shop since the 1960s, they couldn't adapt fast enough. They weren't thinking, and at the end of the day, they made a bet that said people will always gravitate towards hard copy prints, and we believe that. And they stuck with that, and that's why Polaroid isn't the thing, right? So that's a drastic example, but at the same point, I feel like we're at this crux decision at our own point where we have our own R&D shops thinking about different things. And the question now is, where will the future of transportation and moving people and then the byproducts of those things, whether it's, on light rail or cars or whatever, where will that take place, and where will the byproduct benefits be? Will that be in fixed rail? Will that be on roads? Or will that be in the sky? And unfortunately, we haven't really dug deep into that question. So to me, when I think about the cost of all of this, we only have money to do one of these things, right? We can put our toe in the water and say we're doing all of them, but at the end of the day, we're going to focus on one core competency. And I think we've locked in and understood the gravity of an impact of rail. So we've got an amazing storyline of the economic impact that the Blue Line has made. I think anyone would argue that was something of great magnitude, but the world and technology has changed, and you can look at what it cost a cab to operate 10 years ago what it cost an Uber to operate today and the ability for 4G to enable that world to exist. So 10 or 15 years from now, which is when this stuff is going to be usable, what is the cost of, let's say, autonomous vehicles take off the way we think they are? What is the true cost of moving somebody from point A to point B? Because if you take out the human cost of Uber and then you have the autonomous piece, cars at scale, we're talking about pennies on the dollar. And when we talk about 90 minutes on average to get people in public transportation where they need to go, it is the most direct path you could possibly have. And if we subsidize that, it would be a fraction of that ultimate cost, which then leads us to the question of, well, what are the other impacts of all that? Well, of course, light rail has the impacts of land use and development and all of those amazing kind of benefits we see. But is that the benefit we want, or is it the businesses and the jobs and the ecosystem that comes along with autonomous vehicles and being 5G ready and being that kind of city, and the fact that we're investing in our streets? And then commercial logistics, you mentioned that, and urban rural stuff, us taking care of our city, which I couldn't agree more with, but the fact that we can connect the 74 corridor in an autonomous trucking line from the city's largest, the state's largest city to the state's largest port. So there's a whole bunch of things that go into all that. But I guess my premise is, and maybe I'm right or maybe I'm wrong, is we can only go all in on one of these bets. And maybe there are flavors of different things, but if we decide to go all in on the autonomous vehicles and people will be moved on roads, other than investing in roads, the infrastructure around the hardware and the software necessary to make that happen, the electric grid, the internet connectivity, all the governance and law changes we have to make, some rules of the road, enforcement, insurance, the road planning, and how our city is set up right now, all of that is all-encompassing. And I believe, one, we need to pay attention and do the right research to come to the right conclusion. But am I right or wrong from your perspectives that if $8 to $12 billion is the largest bet, arguably, in our history, that there's not enough money to be all in on a fixed rail approach and to be all in on saying autonomous vehicles and the roads or even the skies are where this stuff is going in the future?
Well, Greg, I can start. And, you know, one of the things that I mentioned was the need to lay this foundation for the future, and that includes all of those technology elements, including the communications, but also the infrastructure that's going to be required, the data management platforms. Because regardless of mode of travel, those things are going to be required, and that's an investment that's going to be mandatory going forward. But, you know, where the future goes, it's really on a timeline. Automated transportation solutions probably are 30 to 35 years out with regard to being somewhat pervasive. And so, you know, can you wait that long? Generally, what we talk about is laying that foundation, getting prepared for that ultimate outcome. But you still have needs that the community has right now that have to be addressed. And so you have a solid foundation with the Blue Line, you know, streetcar, plans to extend some of your light rail. And maybe, you know, by 2035, we'll see enough vehicle automation, so to speak, that you know, some of that will support certainly the light rail lines as kind of the spines of your urban mobility solution set, with first last mile type connectivity services performed by automated vehicles, and Greg is working on a number of projects that encompass, because you mentioned, you know, three dimensions, looking at mobility in three dimensions, you know, with overhead, underground, and on surface. You know, looking at new tunneling technology and unmanned aerial vehicles for delivery, and then ultimately aerial taxi services. All of those, and each of those has certain ridership characteristics that will say, all right, it'll be able to pick up a portion of the mobility needs for the region, but it's not going to be the total solution. When you're talking about all in, I see that you need a more comprehensive approach that incorporates these new technologies, but you really need this foundational solution set that builds upon your legacy solutions now, but leaves room for future growth and in these new mobility solutions. So automated and connected vehicles, and to establish that solid foundation now and build it over the next, say, 10 to 20 years so that you're prepared when these new mobility solutions like vehicle automation really become prevalent and can be supported. Greg, maybe you can elaborate a little more, given your experience with, say, the SBTC, A and all that.
Yeah, I'll take a slightly different route as Jim, but I agree that having that foundation is critical. The foundation that I see may not necessarily be mode specific, but it's having the infrastructure or the guideway available for those. So whereas Jacksonville and JTA, they had guideway that could only be used by one type of vehicle. By opening that up to a flat pavement that can be used by any kind of approved vehicle operating on tires, they can now change their ridership. They can use it for freight. They can use it for other items on that guideway. So in terms of where you're going, I think you're asking the absolute right questions, but having that guideway is absolutely critical because that now gives you the ability to do what you need at grade. As Jim mentioned, above grade is something that's coming very quickly. Whether it's aerial taxis or Uber drones or Amazon drones and Amazon air delivery, you own that right of way. And they're going to need that space between the ground and 400 feet above. You own that. And you can manage that and you can potentially even monetize that long term as well. So in terms of moving forward, that's absolutely critical to have that. The other piece that Jim didn't mention, but I think he'll nod his head in agreement, is partnerships are going to be absolutely critical in the coming years for these emerging technologies. 5G is one example. It's not something the city has to deploy, but it's something the city can work with the Verizons and the AT&Ts and the American Towers of the world to leverage city assets to allow them to deploy and generate benefits for your residents, but also potentially generate revenue or in-kind services as a result of providing that infrastructure to them. Partnering with, and we're seeing this in Las Vegas, we're seeing this in Southern California and others, where groups like the Boring Company and others are coming in, developing private transportation networks below ground or some even potentially above ground, where they think they can move people more effectively, but they need a strong partner at the local agency or the city or the county. So we're going to see more partners show up within transportation. I mean, Uber and Lyft are perfect examples. Transit agencies are beginning to partially fund rides on Uber and Lyft for first mile and last mile and for underserved communities. So those types of partnerships you need to be open to, and those will all be leveraged based on that core high volume transportation network that you're looking to develop.
Two additional council members.
Just one,
Are you having a follow-up?
Yes, just a follow-up point to say, because I think one thing that was said there that is, I agree with a lot of those points. I think there's one piece of consensus that has not been arrived at, which is the time frame to ubiquitous autonomous vehicles on the road. I think there is a scenario by which if everyone sits back and doesn't do anything, yes, it's 30 to 35 years. There's also a scenario that is being discussed that if a city leans in, if a region leans in and creates the environment that these things can operate. Every car company, but also every company with an R&D shop that has been playing around with 5G and Internet of Things technology is going to come there. They're all going to drop down on it. So to think in a world where what's happened in a fraction of 35 years, private companies are flying into outer space, right? So to think that 35 years, oh, well, let's do this now and we'll circle back to this in 20 years, there will be winning cities and losing cities in this battle. So I just don't want anyone to walk away thinking, okay, we'll check the box that it's 35 years. That's the timeline by which this is going to happen, because that is not something that has been agreed upon widely.
I didn't, if I implied that, I'm sorry. I did not. I think what we're talking about for our community is we want to build something within 10 years that provides the guideway and the spine, but does still allow for all that autonomy, the innovation that's coming. Particularly what I was fascinated by was the idea of what's above and what's below and looking at every part. And if we don't own the right-of-way, then we are not a part of that discussion. And owning the right-of-way for a guideway and a spine really can dictate, and this ties to the UDO and the comprehensive plan. If we don't lay out our city in a way that it's not just transportation, but it's thinking about those things that I call fascinating, I think that we miss an opportunity. And those are decisions that have to be made today, or being made today in other cities. I heard, I mean, all the way from where you've talked, almost every city that you've talked about have had that kind of thinking, where it's in our book, all of the checks are being made in these places. We don't have those checks yet. So it's how do we get there? But I have two council members, and I apologize for following up with the noisiness. Ms. Johnson lived in Columbus, and I'm sure she wants to talk about that. Ms. Johnson?
You're absolutely right, Mayor. Thank you. This was a fascinating presentation. I'm actually from Columbus. I served on CODA's Mobility Advisory Board, so I'm familiar with the transportation. Went to church in the Linden area. Linden is comparable to it will be a corridor of opportunity. And interestingly enough, I haven't mentioned it, but I think our facilitator is from Columbus as well. I recognize him. Anyway, so, but these are great solutions. The challenge, and we're always compared to Columbus, but the challenge for me that I see is Columbus is an established city. Columbus has been a big city for a long time. So I don't think, I wasn't involved in politics or public administration so much, or in transportation, but the influx that Charlotte deals with is something different. So yes, we need to develop creative solutions and build these foundational solutions, but we have a struggle that we are gridlocked now, that we need solutions now. So while this is a great mobility plan for the future, we are already overcrowded and our streets are overcrowded. So we have to lead for tomorrow, but manage for today. So that's where when I see our sister cities, I think of cities like a suburb like Pickerington or New Albany that was developed and had that very that quick explosive growth. I would like to see our sister cities, or at least from some perspective, look at cities like that. How did they solve those problems? You know, what can we do quickly to solve the problems? For me, you know, we're looking at a $12 million or I think $12 billion referendum when we have areas that don't have buses today, and we have transportation challenges today. So how does a city address that from your expertise?
Yeah, and I can start again. And am I muted? No, I'm not. You know, many cities are experiencing growth. There's a lot of urbanization going on, and much of that is in the suburbs. And of course, providing transit services in suburban areas is much more difficult than it is in a condensed urban environment like a European city model, for example. But it's still critical to provide services in those areas, whether it's through road improvements or through transit services. And so, you know, most cities are facing challenges that are quite similar. Even Columbus, they're probably the fastest growing city in the state of Ohio. But you know, it's important still, if you want a vital metropolitan area, to concentrate on that, I'll call it spoke and wheel type framework, and to enable citizens and residents of the region to come into the city, and to provide that also that opportunity for city residents to access the new jobs and that are in the suburban areas. And so there's got to be that two-way connection. And so it's critical to have those high capacity transit connections and highway connections, all roads, all modes approach to enable that. And then to have those spokes and those spines within the city be then the core of this regional transportation network. And so you have then those first and last mile or middle mile type of solutions that will serve those corridors, but also reach into those new neighborhoods and those urban neighborhoods within the city to provide that connectivity. And so I think many cities are looking at this, but they're also looking at all right, we have an opportunity to reach these suburban areas with services and with new mobility that we didn't before, because our cities have already this infrastructure in place. And now, can we extend that light rail line further out by looking at bus rapid transit rather than a rail type solution, or new mobility, like, for example, some automated bus platoons potentially within these corridors, on dedicated guideways, as Greg was talking about, or dedicated lanes within the highways, because many cities are looking at that as dedicated lanes for transit, but also now for automated vehicles and platooning of automated vehicles, or conversion of those HOV lanes to that for the future. But having that lane reserved for special use is really critical to extending those lines further out, and providing that opportunity for that connectivity to the city and for the city residents to actually reach into the neighborhoods for that access jobs and other activities, whether it's sports, entertainment, shopping, whatever. Greg, you may want to.
And real quickly to what Jim had, it's not being afraid to do something different. We've seen successful cities and transit agencies that have taken their entire transit map, blown it up, and started from scratch because the dynamics of the city changed. We've seen cities retime their traffic signals every 2 or 3 years because traffic patterns have changed so dramatically that even that minor, relatively low-cost improvement, especially once you have the signal system in place, can provide significant mobility benefits. So there's a difference in looking now once you have some of those tools available, but it's not being afraid to do things differently than you've always done them in the past. And as an engineer, that's sometimes very hard for us, but it's also sometimes the most successful thing is the simplest things really quickly, knowing that they're going to be a significant change, but they're relatively simple to implement.
We have Mr. Driggs followed by Mr. Winston.
Madam Mayor, I couldn't hear that. Who's up next?
Mr. Driggs, you are.
Thank you. So, guys, really interesting presentation. I was amused at your reference to GM's logo change. Now, I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that Elon Musk is personally worth about 3 times as much as the entire market cap of GM. What I'm trying to do is relate everything that you've told us to the plan that we're contemplating, our mobility plan. And I'm not convinced that it's about putting all of our money into one basket or another basket, but I think there is a question about the balance of modes, say, and the way thinking is the large majority of our investment that is going to go into rail doesn't offer any flexibility. So we're going to make a decision and we're going to put, I forget, 3/4 or something of the money that's in our plan. And from that time forward, we are committed to certain routes and to a certain technology. And of course, it won't be built out for 10 years. It's not going to be paid for 40 years. So is there a reason, based on a lot of the issues you've talked about, to be thinking in terms of what portion of our transportation plan ought to be in the form of this thing? What can we safely commit to that rigid long term? And how much are we better off setting aside for investments that can evolve over time based on kind of changing geography, changing technology, and a whole bunch of things that we can't really recognize yet? Thank you.
Yeah, it's really hard to put a number or a percentage on that, certainly. I mean, many cities have looked at this question, right? Should we go with light rail or a more flexible mode of travel, like a high-capacity BRT with the capability, ultimately, of automating that, platooning the buses to really provide more high capacity and lower headway service. And then that allows some flexibility because those buses could then potentially use other roads and aren't necessarily restricted just to that specific rail line, for example. But, you know, the stations for those BRTs are going to be, you know, intact. They're not going to move, at least at this point. Those mobility hubs are going to be critical infrastructure going forward. And again, like I said, connective tissue for many of these modes and for the corridors. So it depends. You know, I mentioned the extension of a light rail rather than extending it, provide, you know, a BRT line to extend it as a possibility. So, and that includes any new light rail lines. There's this trade-off between what a BRT solution or an automated transit solution ultimately can provide for rubber tire type transportation versus a more fixed rail type solution in that corridor. And then you have, as part of that trade-off, the transit-oriented development that was mentioned, and the impact of that on the economic vitality of the city, the growth and such, that needs to be taken into consideration. Now, some of these things will be considered during the NEPA process, I'm sure, as you look at alternatives going forward. And if you've already gone through the environmental process, then you may already have the answer to some of that. But I would say, try to be as flexible as possible going forward. Use what you have currently as the core of your urban transportation network, and build upon that. And there's no need to tear out what you've got, but leverage it and build upon it. Greg, I don't know if you have other thoughts on that too.
I think it's just continuing to refine your plan. So you've got a great plan way up here. It needs to keep getting more and more detailed over time. And those questions that you're all asking, you can start to be answered in terms of technology, right of way, what's the best solution. But you have that vision. Now it's a matter of continuing to refine that vision and making some of those tweaks and adjustments to language, vehicle type, getting ready for engineering and design and implementation.
But a large-scale rail project doesn't offer that much scope for that. I mean, once you start down a path, you're paying a lot of money for design and engineering, and you can't modify it meaningfully compared to, say, bus rapid transit, where you could put a lot of vehicles out there. They would be superseded by vehicles incorporating newer and newer technologies. And at the end of the day, you could have a variety of vehicle sizes operating without a driver and providing a greater density and granularity of service than you could ever achieve with rail. So I don't know, when that's going to happen or if it can happen, but when you're dealing with the amounts of money we're talking about, the potential you have to do things on a large scale is huge.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with regard to flexible, opportunities with regard to transit, and with BRT, and ultimately, as you automate that solution, the use of different size vehicles, different purposes for the vehicles, et cetera. I mean, that's really, part of this future that we're going to face when it comes to urban mobility.
Great presentation. Thank you.
Can I do a follow-up to Mr. Driggs? Mr. Winston, if you would allow that for a minute? The question that I wanted to do the follow-up, Mr. Driggs talked about... I'm sorry. Mr. Winston, I was asking, can I do a follow-up question to Mr. Driggs before you begin?
We didn't hear what you were saying.
Sorry, Mayor, what was the question?
I guess my mic says green, but let me try. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask if I could do a follow-up question before Mr. Winston, who's next to speak, and then Ms. Ajmira follows. And this isn't a question that has to be answered today. I know we're going to be this, but I just wanted to say the advice that we've heard from places like Austin and LA is that you must commit. When you're asking people for their hard-earned money, you must commit to a plan. And what I hear you saying from the technology side, your plan has to have certain flexibility because it's going to go through the federal process. Your plan has to have flexibility. The idea of like, how do you do one lane for dedicated buses, but how do you think about automated cars? So I'm wondering if someone can help us, and I don't want to answer it now, but there's a creative tension there of saying you must tell people how you're going to spend the money, but you want a system that works when 10 years comes by or the automated cars are coming, and build on that. So I heard the guideways and I've heard the spine, but I'd like to hear the difference between you must tell people exactly what you're going to do to get them to understand and buy into your plan, and you must have the ability to be flexible for technology. So that's just something that if we could explore. And now I recognize Mr. Winston, who will be followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Well, Mayor, I'll just say you helped me out in terms of getting my point out, and so you kind of teed me up right there. I believe this is an excellent discussion, an excellent presentation.
Mr. Winston, I can hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's pretty faint, but
Can you
sound
hear me
off.
now? Can you hear me now?
Are you the Verizon guy?
I don't know. These. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
You told me to use these AirPods today, and so I'm just following the instructions that I've been given. So.
You should be pleased that I want to hear what you're saying.
I want us to be to the colleagues and staff. I want us to be cognizant of what we were talking about yesterday. How do we be always doing work to be a high performing organization and team, and make sure that we're always moving the conversation forward, especially when it comes to how do we translate these ideas into policy positions. We've had a similar presentation at last year's retreat as it relates to automation in some couple cities in Arizona and different cities around the country. This is something that continuously comes up every time we have a Charlotte Moves conversation. I'm wondering, is there a way that we can facilitate? These are definitely important conversations to have, right? Some of the questions that I hear Mr. Driggs and Mr. Bakari presenting are what I hear from constituents all around the city. So is there a way that we can facilitate these conversations so they're not just simply academic, but they are effectively guiding us on policy positions that we're taking? So I talked to Mr. Bakari about this a couple of weeks ago, and I thought he was going to speak to it. Is there, I would like to see, especially as we kind of facilitate conversation around Charlotte Moves, what is the interest of creating an ad hoc committee, a council committee that specifically looks at disruptive emerging technologies, so that we have a place, because it's considering that is different than, as it was said, the investments that we're going to make next year versus 5 years versus 10 years versus in 25 years. But wherever the technology emerges, whether it's in 5 to 15 years or 15 to 30 years, we do have to make some decisions and understand where we are now. So is there an appetite to create a specific committee and venue to have these discussions and consider, and is that something that can work within our framework of a high-performing organization?
Discussions for the final, when we come back with this retreat reports, to say this is a recommendation, ask the staff to look into it, Ty to look into it, we all talk about it, but put it as one of the tentative things to come out of this retreat. That's acceptable?
That's quite acceptable.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, when you're one of the last speakers, most of your questions have been addressed, usually gets addressed. So my questions around short-term versus long-term solutions was addressed by Ms. Johnson, and really collaborating with the state was also addressed. From yesterday's conversation around what and how, and that's the question I want to ask our panelists. I'm not sure if they listened in to our yesterday's discussion, but we are in a very beginning phase of our Charlotte Moves conversation, where overall council agrees that we do need to invest in our infrastructure and that it's great. The challenge is how and the details. So at what point we can say, let's focus on what for now, and then we will get to how as we move forward or as we sort of evolve. And like you said, we have to be flexible because this is really the moving target here. So I would just really like to understand from the planning perspective as to when do you think we should really dive deeper into the how once we have consensus on what from our various stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble hearing the question, but the question seemed to be, all right, we focused a lot on what, but not the how, and how do we move from defining what is part of the plan to how we implement the plan. And really, it is critical to take that step. That's the critical step, is moving to an implementation plan, one that actually defines how you're going to meet the requirements that have been set out in the plan. And so when we talk to cities and other agencies about this, we talk about putting together, one, a technology roadmap and an implementation plan around that roadmap. And Greg has a great example from Jacksonville where we built this roadmap. It was time phased, and it dealt with the various elements, technology elements, that are going to be required to move to that automated guideway transit solution in Jacksonville. And then the implementation plan deals with not only the technology elements, but also the regulatory and barriers that need to be overcome. And that's going to be critical too in North Carolina and other states to move the ball forward. It's important to not just look at the technology, but then also all of the regulatory barriers that need to be overcome, and work with your legislature, work with your local policy, the city council here, to develop the right regulatory framework to move the ball forward. But all of these steps do need to be laid out and and so it includes a roadmap, it includes again, going back to that other question, we need a specific referendum to support and invest in this plan. So that's really an important piece of this, is having that implementation plan in place for not only getting public support, but also to lay that vision out in a realistic manner that's time phased and includes all of those important technologies and regulatory actions that are necessary. Greg, do you have any other comments on that?
No, I think you've covered it.
So that brings me to my follow-up point for our planning director. Certainly, I think we've come a long way, and the task force has done great work in putting together this vision. So from what I hear from panelists now is that now we have to go further into developing this roadmap that follows by the implementation plan, that will include timeline and all of this regulatory consensus that we have to build, so that we can actually take it to our constituents and say, here is what the plan will look like that includes the timeline. So that way we can get buy-in from many of our constituents. Thank you so much.
Speakers we had for today are from the city of Austin, Texas. And while this particular session has dealt with emerging technology, we wanted to speak to those who have actually connected their comprehensive plan to their regulatory plan and their strategic mobility plan, went to a referendum in November of 2020, succeeded, and are now about to translate that roadmap to something that's going to be on the ground. So the question that Councilmember Admira asked is a really good one, and hopefully Gina and Anika are on and they're listening to that. But once we get to that point, I'm sure that they will be able to speak to that even further. But that will be our last session for the day. Whenever we're ready, I can jump into that. Maybe this is a good segue to do that. All right?
All right.
Okay. So if you will pull up that PowerPoint. So today I've got to thank you very much, Jim and Greg. Thank you very much for speaking to us about the emerging technology piece. So
yeah, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Have a successful retreat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll say said TAP to also speak more about the emerging technology and some of this and really go into details. But this next segment really combines our comprehensive plan and our practicality, especially when it comes to mode of choice, balancing today's needs with tomorrow's future needs, talking about the funding piece and all of that. But before I turn it to them, let me just quickly, for the last 2 years, we've been working on the comprehensive plan, and we're now getting to that point now where we're talking about public hearing in March and adoption in April. As a matter of fact, today we had almost 200 people showed up for a community conversation on the comprehensive plan. So we've engaged the home builders industry today in another conversation as well, and we continue to do that. But it's very important to you, obviously, to understand how all of this connects together. But before we look into that future, it's really about, when we were talking about 1998 referendum, there was a 2025 population and employment projection that was made for Charlotte and the towns in the county. And it's interesting to note that by 2017, we had exceeded those expectations tremendously. So now we're saying that in 20 years' time, Charlotte's population will grow by another 385,000. We'll have over 200,000 jobs. We know that before we get to 2040, we will have exceeded those expectations too. Yesterday, we were talking around and planning and working on some numbers and found out that in 10 years' time, the town of Mint Hill will double its population and will be the fastest growing town in the county just in 10 years from now. And so when we're thinking about our future, land use, where we are today and where we're going to be, we will be over 1 million people just thinking about it in 10 years' time. And so the comprehensive plan is really about, well, if that's the goal, then where do we grow? Where do all these people live? Are they going to be living along corridors? Are they going to be living in the urban areas or in the suburbs? Are they going to be living in some of the surrounding towns? But it's not important to address how we grow, but also where we grow, but also how we do it. What are the regulatory processes by which we can make sure that we grow in a manner that's smart, compact, not sprawl? Maybe focus along some transit corridors for the most part. Maybe focused in certain around employment centers, and we talked about that earlier. Or it could even be the districts that, is a new concept for how we're going to be attracting jobs. But it's very important that the comprehensive plan talks about where we grow, where those corridors will be, how we grow, but more importantly, in my mind, is how do we connect all of this, which is where the Charlotte Moves comes in. I truly believe without a successful strategic mobility plan that's really multimodal in nature, it's going to be very difficult to implement our comprehensive plan. And we've had a lot today about not just thinking about that, what that 20 years look like, but also what today, really, what should we be addressing today? In 2017, Council adopted what we call a Transportation Action Plan, which is what Council has been doing since 2006, I believe, every 5 years. The one that was adopted in 2017 was multimodal in nature. It recommended at that point a $5.1 billion investment in our transportation network through 2042, between 2017 and 2042. Recommended that we should have investment in transit, in bikeways, in greenways, in trails, including some of what we've had a conversation around today. But since we started the comprehensive plan in 2018, we felt it was a time for us to retool that transportation action plan into what's called a strategic mobility plan, that not only about integrating some of these plans and policies, but also how do we make sure that when you integrate them, they align together in such a way that they meet today's needs and future needs. And to also set some new goals for us as to how do we move people, especially in our urban space. A lot of what we've said today are included in that transportation action plan. So we do have some of those policies today, but they were not necessarily tied to a cohesive citywide plan, which is really what the comprehensive plan is about. That transportation action plan, which will evolve into the strategic mobility plan, the effort started with the Charlotte Moves Task Force, which is really looking at the transportation action plan, looking at the 2030 transit system plan, looking at the work design around greenways, trails, corridors, and really pulling them together, understanding where the issue of policies related to technology integration comes in. But not only that, though, it's also about how do we achieve our strategic energy action plan goals, and how do we make sure that our Vision Zero is also included in that whole conversation. So I felt that today, as we discuss that comprehensive plan, and as we talk about our Charlotte Moves, we should talk to some of our colleagues who have been there. They've also had a comprehensive land use plan. They've worked on their regulatory piece. And then they developed a strategic mobility plan that eventually led to a $7.1 billion referendum in Austin, Texas last year. But they also set goals. That mobility was about moving people, not just moving vehicles. Today, we say that in Charlotte, about 76.6% of people drive alone. Austin is just a little bit better than we are, but they set a goal that in another 20 years, they want that to be about 50% of the people, while the rest will be, like the phrase that Councilman Rodriguez used, by balancing the modes. Investment in how we balance all these different modes so that it doesn't swing in one particular direction. So I'm happy to introduce Gina Fiandaka and Anik Boudet to you today. Gina is the Assistant General Manager for Mobility in Austin, Texas, and Anik is the Project Connect Planner who actually led the effort to get Austin to where it is today. And they will share a few presentations, a few slides with you, and then you will definitely have the floor to ask them the questions that you want to. They've gone through this. They've gone through the same experience of exceeding their growth. They were investing incrementally for many years in transportation, and they also set a multi-year target until they decided a couple years ago that it was important for them to do something transformational. So hopefully today we will learn something that really will help us in terms of helping to shape the Charlotte Move strategy and really impact where we're headed with regards to our comprehensive plan as well. So Gina, I'm going to turn it to you, if you're going to advance in this slide for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ty, thank you so much for inviting us here today. As Ty said, I'm Gina Fiandaka, and I am the Assistant City Manager for Mobility, for the Mobility Service Outcome for the City of Austin, Texas. And I will be joined here today by Anik Boudet and Cheyenne Krause. So we are excited to sort of share the Austin version of what we've done to advance transportation, and specifically the Austin Strategic Mobility Plan. And we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about how you can approach your own mobility challenges and move forward in planning your not only your infrastructure related to transportation and all things active transportation, but capital projects as well. Next slide, please. So today, Anik and Cheyenne will provide you with an overview of Austin and our approach to mobility. And then we will discuss our strategic mobility plan and our capital programs. We will leave a significant amount of time for questions. I will let you know at the beginning of this presentation that I will be dropping off while Anik and Cheyenne go through their portion of the presentation, and then hopefully I'll join you back for questions. Next slide, please. So first, an overview of the city of Austin, and you can advance to the next one. So like Charlotte, we are a rapidly growing city. Our MSA is regularly among the fastest growing in the country. We went from sort of a sleepy college town in the mid-1980s to the 11th largest city today. We have a strong and a diverse economy. We have significant technology sectors and companies in the medical industry, educational institutions, and all levels of government that are strong drivers of our economy. And we have a beautiful arts and entertainment culture here. We are proud of that in particular, and we take great sort of pains to promote our local economy. And you'll see that in other aspects of how we view mobility supporting the economic vitality of the city. We don't certainly have our political tensions with a liberal and progressive local leadership and a deeply conservative state leadership, but that doesn't mean that there's not opportunity to find common ground and to work with our partners. And I think what you'll see in some of our presentation here is how we've sort of leveraged those opportunities to find that common ground to support our mobility challenges. Local stakeholder participation and finding opportunities for civic engagement with a really savvy, consumer that we have in Austin. They're used to being able to participate, to come to our council meetings, to our boards and commissions, and we go to them. That's part of our approach to advancing the strategic mobility plan and all of our sort of initiatives here that have led us to the success that we've had with various bond programs, and most recently, 2 propositions that were approved by the voters just this past November that you'll hear about later in the presentation. But we take great pride in our sort of approach to civic engagement. We've had some challenges with declining affordability, population diversity that causes increases in traffic congestion and just puts more pressure on our mobility systems. Like any other major city, we face challenges around the sort of intersect between land use and mobility, and that's been sort of a common thread throughout our approach to mobility as a service for the city. Next slide, please. So Austin's approach to achieving mobility is sort of parity, I'd say, in our city. And we're a home rule city with a strong council manager form of government. I'm the assistant city manager over the mobility outcome, and I oversee 6 departments: transportation, public works, fleet mobility, aviation, our corridor program, and most recently, our Project Connect program office. We have Strategic Direction 23, which is sort of the overriding outlook for the city. And under that umbrella, there are other various plans that sort of set the compass for our development over the coming years. And the Strategic Mobility Plan is under that umbrella. We work closely with our partner agencies, our state agencies, our regional agencies, all of our counties, and our 9 school districts. And importantly, we work with other state agencies and city agencies and our partner agencies across the enterprise. Next slide, please. So this is a busy slide. There's a lot going on here, but the intent is really to demonstrate that we've had many significant milestones that have occurred rapidly, and it's sort of in 5-year increments. And
we had our last safety committee meeting. We had it canceled because we were going to have a presentation today with an update on our violence interruption model and just an update on overall all the agenda items we have. So what I'm hearing now that we no longer have the presentation and we're just gonna have to wait for our next safety committee meeting. So if that's the case, that's fine. But I would just like an update from our manager on the work that's going on in the safety committee. I understand the RFP is out for a violence interruption. Is there anything else that was supposed to be presented today?
Yesterday, the last committee report out was the Safe Communities Committee. And that was the work of the committee over the course of the year with opportunities for council to discuss safe communities.
So what I'm hearing, so other than that, we have no additional update on the work.
I think Ms. Watlington just asked for additional information that took it beyond the plan to the tactics. So Ms. Watlington has been clear about what her request is, and the manager has said yes. I think that what Mr. Winston has said, and I think he said it yesterday, that intimate partner violence needed to be a part of the community safety plan. I think what we're kind of, and we may be doing this a good bit with workforce, with James Mitchell no longer here. There was a deck, and he sent it to the staff, and I think that I think what Mr. Winston is saying is that he thought that that would be presented, but there was no ownership of it at the time and no review of it in the time frame that we have. And so I'm just trying to figure out what does the council want, what do council members want to do? I just want to figure out what you want to do.
So
I can be
I'm
All right,
okay
Ms. Asmira? Yes.
Yes, I was just going to respond to your question. I'm okay with us looking at the presentation at our next strategy meeting. If the staff is not ready right now, I'm okay with waiting till our next meeting.
So is that an acceptable solution to the group? I can only see Ms. Ajmira on the screen right now, and I don't see everybody else. So, because there's a slide up. So, could I see the people in the room feeling comfortable with that? Is that accurate, guys? Yes. That's accurate. All right. So, Mr. Winston, you raised this as a question. Ms. Ajmira is okay. We also have Ms. Johnson and Ms. Watlington before we talk about that, but I get a sense that most people that are present in the space right now and Ms. Ajmira are okay. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to elaborate on something you said regarding our monthly or strategy meetings. Can you describe the process of a council member getting something on the agenda that they would like to talk about?
Well, generally, the agenda rules apply to the same to all meetings, and I'm not going to be able to quote what it is. Mr. Baker helped me out but it applies to all official meetings where you can ask for something to be on. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Sorry. You can ask for something to be on. You can either do that formally in a council session, or it's the mayor and the manager that actually put the agenda together. So you could ask them to put something on informally if you'd like.
So, just honestly, that's kind of, I think, where there might be a disconnect, or some of us feel that there's a disconnect, because if we ask for something and other council members opposed to it, then does it actually get to the agenda? And right now, if I'm correct, it takes 6 members in order to get something on the agenda, even future agendas? Does it take 6 members?
Yes, if you ask, say for instance, you ask for something to be placed on the agenda today, you would need a unanimous vote to be able to do that. And if you didn't get the unanimous vote, you could simply ask the manager to place it on for the next agenda, which he would do unless there was an objection by someone on the council. At that stage, you would have to then vote, and a majority vote, once you got to 6, would put it on for the next agenda.
And I'm just going to add this again, maybe I'm just this point. I have been mayor almost 3 years now. I've never taken any time that I have actually said, even in the most difficult times, that I can really remember, that we have had as this council a question about putting something on that was a surprise that required a vote. And that's where I have kind of like my North Star, as you say, that says that everyone should be able to have time to absorb the information and material. But I can't think of a time that a council member came to me and said, I want something on the agenda that I have not figured out a way to get it on. So I don't know if there's a disconnect between that, but I ask you to think about that. Has there been something that didn't get on an agenda that you've asked for? It has been the timing to say, do we do it right away versus others? So I think if what I'm saying is, please ask me. If you don't ask, I don't know. And I need to be asked.
Okay, I can.
And the manager as well.
Yeah, I'll go through my, I think I'll go through my stuff and through my notes and let you know if I need to follow up. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Sure. So there's a couple of things that I'm hearing here. I do think, well, not I think, I know there's been times where there's been a discrepancy between what folks wanted to discuss and what was on the agenda. I don't think the point is to have to dig through each and every piece here, but there's been some misses, and I'll just leave it there. Whether it was intentional or anything like that, she brought it up for a reason, and I myself can personally attest. That aside, as we look forward, when we talk about strategic, how do we become more collaborative in our strategy sessions? I think that a tool that we could use, I'm not sure what happened to our council topics. I think since we went virtual, they've gone away, but that was an avenue to bring up something that a council member wanted to discuss that wasn't already on the agenda. So I'd like to see us return there if that's possible. Because I think that helps to prevent that restriction. We saw even yesterday wanting to discuss something and not even being able to talk about what we wanted to discuss because someone disagreed with what they were going to vote before we even got to discuss it. So those are some of the things I think that could contribute to better collaboration. The other piece of that I think is really an understanding of our policies, and I would challenge each of us, including myself, to be able to just go back and read through those policies and understand how they work and offer up and in a real substantive way, ways in which we can change our policies to enable better collaboration. So there's that. I will say specific to the safety piece, something that I think will help in this instance and also in general as we're having these conversations, we all have our passion points. It's difficult to have a discussion when we don't have the foundational data, right? I think about all of the great work that was done with the dashboard. I think about, like the city manager mentioned, the framework. But if someone asked me right now to pull a Pareto analysis of what are the top 5 causes of violent crime in our community, I wouldn't know where to point them. And I think that has got to be the foundation of a real meaningful tactical discussion, because we can talk about the pieces that we believe are important, but unless we can all say we know that 20% of our violent crime is related to X, then it's very difficult to figure out what the priority is in terms of what to go execute, and it's difficult to track against our violent crime statistics based on the work that we're doing. So I think that I don't know if there is a program manager in particular that's looking broadly at this, not at the strategic level, but at an execution day-to-day level. If there's not one, I would highly encourage the city manager to find one, whether it's somebody that's, maybe it's the leader of the CJAC group, I'm not sure. But that seems to be missing from a operations piece on this, because it doesn't, I haven't seen a place where we can go and see where are we on violence reduction across the board, and what are the specific actions, who are the key stakeholders for each one of those items. And until we get to that level of rigor, I think that we're just talking about ideas. And again, that may exist somewhere, but it's not readily apparent. And I'm not sure what the thinking is around that, but I don't understand how else you would move forward with managing a program except you get to that level. So for me, as we prepare to have this more in-depth conversation, that to me is without it is a non-starter. So I'd love to hear if that information is available, if it's already exists somewhere, if somebody's already looking at it, because without that, for me, I don't know how we do something that is going to be meaningful, that moves the needle.
I read this book that said, "Don't sweat."
I was actually asking the city manager. I really was wanting an answer to my question.
She said there was a question in there.
Is
Yes,
there a program?
Yeah. I think I have it. So, Ms. Watlington, I believe we're doing exactly what you've asked. We have this framework to address violence that is using data and using evidence-based programs in order to help us deal with this rise in violence. We are a year into it at best, but even when we get to the Family Justice Center, I would hope we would use that same level of rigor for evidence-based solutions. So we do have the dashboard. We can provide more information to you, but what you're asking us, we are doing it or attempting to do it around violence. It just happens that one of the first programs is Cure Violence. One of the first programs is the partnership with Atrium. The next level is we are working with our grassroots organizations, putting almost $2 million in their hands to help us with violence reduction, but again, through this evidence-based lens. So I would just say we built this pretty fast. I believe we built it the way that the council wanted. You did approve it, and we are starting to have programs come out, and I think that the Family Justice Center is another opportunity to work within the framework in which the council approved.
And I appreciate you saying what you said. There's a piece of it, though, that I'm not hearing. I hear evidence-based databases. You look at the solutions. So that to me says you got high confidence that the solutions you're picking will work. What I have not heard is what impact will that have on our violence reduction? Are we expecting a 20% reduction in violence based on where we know are the factors that drive violent crime in our community? That's the part that I don't see data for, a crystal clear connection to what to expect in terms of results. I do believe that the solutions that have been assigned are going to have some impact. I'm not clear about the size of the prize for each.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We just are beginning to launch the programs. I'm not sure that outside of Jumpstart that we have any programs that are out there. So as we launch these evidence-based programs and collect the data, we are down this pathway to see this reduction in crime. Is it 10%, 15%, 20%? I can't tell you that today, but we can make sure that you are aware of where we think we will be because of these programs working in collaboration.
And this is the last thing I'll say on that, because I want to make sure that I'm clear, because you guys are doing a lot of great work, and I don't want you to hear me saying that you haven't shown us anything. That's not what I'm saying. We had how many homicides last year? 100 and
123 at least.
123. How many of those were a result of intimate partner violence? How many of those were a result of retaliatory gang violence? How many of those were a result of alcohol-related violence? How many of those were a result of road rage? That's the answers to the questions I'm looking for, because if 80 of those 123 violent crimes or homicides were the result of the same thing, well, that's where we should be hunting. And I'm not saying that that work hasn't been done. I'm saying that I can't tell my constituents very clearly the answers to the questions I just asked.
We can get you the data from the chief in terms of what happened with homicides last year and how they were categorized. That is something we'll get to you this week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hate this.
Sorry, Mr. Newton has been waiting, and Mr. Winston, do you want to come back?
Same topic. I'll yield.
Mr. Winston,
Yeah, if he.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I'll be quick, but I think Ms. Watlington hit the nail on the head, and Mr. Manager, something that you said in relation to what Ms. Watlington said, I want to push back on. You mentioned that we are taking these evidence-based approaches to things, and we're employing evidence-based strategies. But you also said that you can't tell us what type of expectations we can expect through using these evidence-based design programs and strategies. And I think this is where the pushback is. The reason that we've taken this and employed this evidence-based approach is that through year over year, day after day, we can adjust and analyze, as Ms. Watlington was getting at, what is the best and highest use of our effort, of our dollars, of our ask of the community. And that's what I'm saying, how this is, what I expected to be able to do when we adopted this strategy last year is how do we see the evidence and then decide what is the best guidance that we can give to you guys on what we want to see in terms of our approaches to community safety. And where's the disconnect there, Mr. Jones?
I agree with you. What I'm saying is that we haven't launched any programs yet. So I can't tell you what the results of the programs are.
But what I'm saying is, no, I hear that. Like, we can't tell you what the results of the program of Cure Violence are because we talked about it all last year to get the violence interruption strategies on the street and the hospital, get us comfortable with it, get the community comfortable with it, and get it started. Cool, that's getting started now. Now, where's the next? What is the next segment that we're looking at? We should be able to, as Ms. Watlington said, look at the stats, look at other stuff that is out there, and then guide you guys on what we're going to work on to kind of get up and running, get the community to get behind, and eventually put money behind. Like, I hear we haven't started the programs that we did work on yet, but what about need to be doing work on identifying the programs that are going to be we're going to be talking about implementing at this time next year?
So I'll take a shot at that. So some of the programs that you'll be talking about next year will be the grassroots organizations that are trying to assist the city and the county with violence reduction. Some of the data you will get will come from what we're doing around Jumpstart grants. Some of the data will be what we're getting around some of our other partnerships. So I would say that I understand where you're coming from in terms of getting the data and what's next. I do believe that part of that has been this framework, and some of the opportunities that we have are just getting started. I hear you loud and clearly. What's next, and how can we make sure that those dollars are getting the outcome that the council wants, which is a desire to have a reduction in violence in our community.
Yes, that's correct.
Is this still on the issue of violence reduction? Ms. Johnson, is this still, I know, but Mr. Newton wants to talk about something besides violence. I'd like to wrap this up for us, so I know. Ms. Johnson, is this for violence reduction?
My hand is not up.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, Mr. Newton.
So I hate to steer us away from the conversation regarding violence reduction, domestic violence in particular. Both very important topics. But I would agree with my colleague Larkin that we wouldn't be able to do those topics justice here right now. And there is a presentation that I suppose no one can really give us yet. So it is better to wait to get the presentation so we can have a real thorough discussion with the facts that exist that we just haven't been told yet. I will say this, preliminarily looking at the slides of the presentation, I'm big on collaboration here, and I noticed that there is mention of the trial court administrator's office. I would hope that as we move forward, that we also include the district attorney as well as the public defender in what we do, because I think their collaboration input will be very important and very valuable in this context. I think Spencer Merriweather had come in last year and had spoken to us briefly about his office, their experiences, and their plan. And I found that very helpful. So hopefully we continue to include Spencer, his office, as well as Mr. Tolley and the public defender's office. But I was raising my hand to speak more about Charlotte Moose. And I think more specifically the strategic mobility plan. I think Ty ducked out. Maybe, I guess it's probably been about 15, 30 minutes now. So I don't know where Ty's at. But I just wanted to reiterate some of the more salient points pertaining to the strategic mobility plan that I think we have discussed over the past 2 days. When I think about that plan, we're talking a lot right now about the funding mechanism, but when I think about the plan, it's been my experience that we've really been painting it with very broad strokes and have yet to really nail down the details. I know that there have been questions from colleagues pertaining to what specific projects are going to be involved in that plan, more of an itemization, I would suspect, of what the plan will include. Don't know exactly, so I think the time period that's been batted around is maybe having something finalized. Ty's here, so thanks for coming back in. Don't know if you caught everything I was saying, Ty, but I'm talking about the strategic mobility plan and about specifics within that plan. And I think here over the past couple of days, we've kind of batted around the idea of some sort of an itemization of what projects would be included. And I think you were saying, so I think you said the time frame on this might be as early as April, where we might have some sort of plan in front of us. Does that sound right? And assuming it does, the point I wanted to get at was just a continued engagement with the community at large about that plan, about what's going to be included. Let's not forget their voice. But is that correct? It's April, or is it going to be a little bit different than that?
So we said that we will do a refinement of the funding strategy. We won't get into the conversation around that today. And provide that to council between now and April. Okay. Originally, we were going to conclude the strategic mobility plan itself around the same time frame, so it can go in front of council at the same time that we bring in the comprehensive plan. But we felt that may not be the best path to doing it, especially if we're thinking of projects and prioritization being part of Charlotte Moves. While we may have some draft projects, it's best to do that during the old CIP FY22 budget process so that you're able to see everything together. But I'll say that you can't really successfully do a refinement of a funding strategy without, first of all, understanding how much is it even going to be every year and all of that. And I do agree with you. While we have a lot of the projects right now, because we're not starting from scratch, while we have that in one bucket or the other, community engagement of those projects will be very important in this process. And so that's part of why the council gave Manager Jones the direction yesterday, and we're going to be working on what that looks like. So when we come to you in April, we have a good idea what these things look like.
That's fantastic. I definitely don't want us to lose sight of that. Also want to touch on just an inclusion or at least some deference given to greenways and trails as a part of an overall multimodal plan here. Incorporating the county in that regard, making sure that they're partners with us as we move forward. I've had numerous conversations with Commissioner Jarrell. He's my county commissioner, by the way, and he's fantastic. And that's something that I know they're willing to partner with us on, so we can have those the trails, greenways as connectors as well for the citizens of the Charlotte and throughout the county, frankly. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch one last time on that last mile concept, because I've brought it up a couple of times. I don't think I'm the only one, and just want to make clear that it's my understanding that within the Charlotte Moves recommendations, when there is mention of the last mile, that's not necessarily the network going out to the border of the city of Charlotte. And I just wanted to make that, so that's my understanding. I wanted to maybe get clarification or confirmation on that there is still a buffer of space between what is mentioned as the last mile and the true border, so the true kind of last entrance exit into the city. And so there is still some space there between that last mile and the edge of our city where we really, there's some gray territory there, and I don't want that to be forgotten as we're moving forward, particularly if we're talking about this large-scale, endeavor here. And that's what I mean when I say let's go beyond that last mile and look at those areas where you can make the argument the transportation infrastructure needs just don't exist whatsoever, and in that regard maybe are more of a priority than inside kind of the city core. So just wanted to bring that up, and if you could give more, if you could speak to that too, I think that'd be fantastic, Ty.
So the plan, again, has greenways as part of its bucket, and we've been working with county on their MEC playbook, which I believe will be adopted this year. So we're going to continue to have that conversation. So the conversation is not just with the towns, but also with the county when it comes to the MEC playbook. On the first mile and last mile, I'll be very careful how I say this so I don't sound dismissive of what you said. But at the end of the day, it's all about ridership. We're not going to take a shuttle that has space for 20 people to go run up and down to pick one person. When you're saying last mile, first mile, it's typically if there's a lot of people who go to, for example, a social security office, but they're about 2-3 miles away from the nearest transit stop. But there's a lot of people, we definitely need to provide that service. So it's not just about the geographic boundary as much as where the services are. With regards to geographic boundaries, I'm thinking you're talking about extraterritorial jurisdictions. Could be, for example, they may not even be within the city, but the people who live there work in the city. Or they could be within the city, but they push the boundary between the city and so on. So it's like a no man's land. We'll have to look at analysis as we walk through this process, but it's not going to be dismissive. I'm just going to be very careful that at the end of the day, it's about ridership and cost effectiveness. So it may be that one of those things where we look at our STS services as part of CATS that has to capture people within a half-mile radius of a particular corridor. So if you look at the mobility network report, it actually talks a little bit about how we're going to approach that. But I like the way you phrase it, beyond first and last mile, and somehow we're going to take a look at that. And in our update to you, we will be able to give you more information.
And the ST, I really appreciate you bringing up the STS service too. So for anyone that doesn't know what that is, that's bus service for the disabled. It's a special bus service that's provided by CATS that isn't necessarily, well, just to put it bluntly, there are disabled residents within the city that don't have access to that because it doesn't go everywhere within the city. So to the extent that we can ensure that the option for public transportation, even within the last mile, so between the first and the last mile, is accessible to our disabled citizens, I think it behooves us to do that. And I think, we had this really brief conversation about what we know today as opposed to what we know the future will be. There are areas where development is exploding. And I can tell you in my district, and I don't think that we're unique in this regard, in my district, there are areas out in what used to be very rural territory where, development is booming. We have, so Harrisburg Road, I've probably said this a million times, but we have roughly 15 to probably 18 new developments that have yet to be built there. We know that there are going to be thousands of units coming in, and there are no sidewalks, no street lights, very limited public transportation options. Down Plaza Row Extension, for example, no public transportation whatsoever. Once again, 15 to 18 new developments, and those are, so I think that includes by right, but for all we know, that could increase with additional by rights. So I don't want us to lose sight of where we're going to be tomorrow, because we can look at where we are today and say, hey, maybe things arguably are fine, but if we have all of the factual data, the information to suggest that tomorrow there's going to be a problem, let's go ahead and get ahead of that curve.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, Matt. You're always so generous in your spirit, so thank you. So I want to say that we are going into closed session now, and I'd like to ask the city attorney to read the motion and ask someone to then move and then second. No, I think we need a break. All of us need a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
but
I was
I'd like
gonna
to go
say.
ahead and get the motion because it takes 5 minutes to get the virtual people on. All right, so, Mr. Baker?
The motion is to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing an economic development opportunity or expansion of a local business. That's pursuant to 143-318-11A4.
Move to approve.
Mr. Driggs moved, Mr. Newton second. Mayor Pro Tem? Yep. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go into closed session. Ms. Jackson's going to get all of the folks that are virtual online, and those of us here in this room will take a 5-minute break.
Please go to the link that started.
Thank you.